Okay. So where we left off, you have just narrowly survived your fight in the sewers of Savaria with a few members of the Jackals, a street gang that has kidnapped several individuals and has been holding them hostage. After a rather interesting battle with some curious tactics, you were able to defeat the dang. That
Healing?
heal check, got it.
Oh, okay.
I was
I have a plus 7 to heal now, by the way.
cool.
Nice.
After dispatching the street thugs of the Jackals, Paeg scouted ahead, found a presumably the leader of this little detachment, and things went awry, and a throat slash and a dagger throw later, Paeg is down along with one of the hostages, and you had to fight tooth and nail to bring this woman down. Paeg is unconscious and stable. Alvyn, unconscious and stable. The girl, unconscious and stable. You have 4 malnourished and dirty, beaten people in this cage. And Grott, you are here pretty much alone because Malik has gone up to find help. And I believe you were saying you wanted to start moving people into the lock-up area?
Absolutely, yes. I want to get the key, lock everybody in, including myself, and push us all against the far wall.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to take any chances with somebody running around this corner.
So, where are you searching for the key?
On the woman, I think. Oh, I didn't see that, but I'm assuming she would have it.
Okay, so yeah, you can search her.
Perception?
Yes, please.
I'm good at that one. Oh, damn!
Don't say that. You never. Oh, you never say that you're good at something.
I just think the point of the natural one is still.
We're continuing right where we left.
Druids.
Don't say that.
No!
Don't say that. Please, no.
And we've started off with a nat one. Okay, I have to find.
I'm gonna roll health now.
I love how you rolled a nat 1, but you still got 9.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm good at it.
There. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Okay. Hey. That's not terrible. No, that's his hit points, I think.
Yeah, that's 8 points.
A +1? What?
For his constitution. His constitution modifier.
Wait, you add your...
You get your hit die plus your constitution modifier and hit points. Which if you did it in...
Oh, it's +3.
Yeah.
I should take more in Constitution.
Yeah, you're a wizard. I don't know if you want to waste your time doing that.
Yeah, you just stay back.
I'm already squishy!
You're gonna be squishy, and you're gonna always
In other
be
words,
squishy.
don't run ahead.
You get a 1d6 for a hit die, I think, so no amount of constitution is gonna save you from that.
Are we still unconscious, though?
You are unconscious.
Yep, just hanging out.
Jordan Grott finds on this woman, she is wearing a chain shirt. She has her a great axe, and you see on her belt there are throwing axes in her belt in little loops. She has a small pouch on her belt as well. But other than that, she's not carrying very much.
Okay. Well, I'll take the pouch and see if there's anything in there.
Okay. Yeah, there are a few coins, mostly silver, but there is 1 or 2 gold pieces.
I dump them on the ground.
Okay.
I don't even care about that.
You dump. Okay. Are you just dumping the whole pouch? You're dumping the whole pouch out?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Well, I'm gonna try to do it quiet.
Okay, quietly dump it.
Spill it out on the ground. Like bend over.
Standing in full height, just shaking it.
Can't find the key.
Can't find it anywhere.
Just anybody know where the key?
You hear a plop into the water, and it's probably nothing. No.
Oh gosh!
Oh.
That would be the worst.
No. It's gonna take you a while, but you do find in this pouch there's some coins. There is some like jerky, like dried meat, and some other like trail food type stuff. And there is a ring with 2 keys on it.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try them out on the cell.
Okay. The first one doesn't fit,
Okay.
but the second one does.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Alright. So, in which case, I'm going to open that sucker up and I'm going to be like, well, I guess first I'm going to try to talk to these prisoners. I'm not going to do this like totally silently, but like,
Yeah.
hey, is there room in there?
And it's honestly like really the only only way to discern the like the gender or identity of any of these individuals is more from like which ones don't have facial hair and which ones do. They're all like dirty rags. Their hair is just dirty and greasy. They look malnourished. Several of them are sporting like cuts on like cheeks or over their eye or bruises. They've not been treated well.
Wow, you guys don't look so great.
I don't feel so great either. The one there's a man closest to you. Yeah, there's some room. Have you've come to help us?
Yeah, we came to help, and well, it kind of looks like we need the help now. My friends aren't doing so good, and it looks like this kid isn't doing great either. They're all still alive, but
did your friend go for more help? And it's like this man is talking to you. It's like taking effort for him to talk.
Oh, okay. I'll just give you footnotes. Yeah, my friend went to go get help. He should be back. He's pretty good at this stuff. At least it seems like he is. I'm gonna take everybody in here, and I'm gonna lock us all in with the key. And that way, if anybody else comes, they can't get to us, okay?
Whatever you say, stranger.
Okay.
I don't think we could
do you think
very
anybody
much.
here can help me move these guys?
I'll try. And this man.
Okay, don't worry.
This man is. So this man definitely has a strong build. He just also he like kind of like goes to his feet and he like wobbles for a moment like someone who stood up too fast and the blood like rushes from their head and then puts his hand on the wall. Okay. He'll help you.
Never mind.
No, it's okay.
You sit down
It's
and
okay.
you just tell me if you hear anybody coming, okay?
Okay. And he'll sit down like right here, just literally like flop down back against the wall and just like peer around the corner.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna start dragging people in here. I'm gonna start with the kid.
Okay, easy enough. You can put them. I'll just move them in here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick him in there.
Out of curiosity, who is lighter, me or the kid?
You can have your backpack up.
No, that back's still in the other room.
Oh, I'm not worried about that right now. Sorry.
It's probably pretty close. The kids. How tall are you?
I'm 3'6" and I weigh 40 pounds.
The kid is heavier and taller. It's a human child.
But do they have a giant hammer?
Yes, this human child has taken levels in barbarian with the Titan Mauler archetype. So it's like one size or like 2 size categories bigger weapon that she can whatever. Yeah. Okay. So you can drag them in there, not a problem at all. You lock the door. There are torches that are just kind of fitfully burning. There's the embers of this fire right here, dying fire, that just kind of light the area.
Do I get my second level spell starting now?
I'm going to say not starting now, but this is nighttime, so once you guys take a rest, you'll have your stuff.
Perfect. Okay. I'm really hoping we don't have to sleep down here. Okay. We might not have a whole lot of options.
Let me
Just start. Just say that you're gonna sleep.
So while you are waiting, while you're waiting for Malik, are you doing anything else? Once you get everyone inside, where's my? Oh, it's back there. My dice tray. Once you get everyone back inside, the man who talked to you comes back in and sits down. So, what's your name?
Oh, I'm Grott. What's your name?
Grott?
Sorry.
Let me flip to mine. Name is Valens. Valens Bardanes. And he just kind of like reaches out a hand for like shake your hand.
I kind of look at him funny for a second and I'm like, oh, that thing. And then I hold out my hand and just kind of like grab it. And just wiggle.
We appreciate you coming and finding us.
Yeah, well,
Wasn't sure we'd ever.
Our other friend who left talked to us and said that you all were down here and it sounded like you were in a pretty bad spot.
Your other friend? Oh, the one, the dwarf.
Yeah.
How did he find out?
I don't know. He's kind of a badass. It seems like he knows a lot of things. His name's Malik. We don't really know all that much about him. We met him like yesterday.
Huh.
Yeah,
Well,
he just told us to come down to this cave with him. And, there'd be sewer stuff here, but he also said that you guys would be down here and that we needed to help you out. So we thought we'd give it a try.
Well, it's rare for someone to care enough for random strangers to put life and limb on the line. So, thank you. And
Yeah, no problem. There any cool rats down here?
no, the rats kind of stay away now. They kind of learned we were eating them, so.
Oh. Huh.
Oh.
It wasn't much, but you do what you can to survive, I guess.
Yeah. It's nice to see that the Earth provides even inside a place like this. Are there any cool mice down here? And the conversation will just continue.
Oh my gosh.
And then he launches into a long conversation about how, in fact, mice and rats do not live in the same ecosystem because they are, they have the same food sources, and so when they compete with
each other,
one of them eventually has to leave the area. No mice, but there's been some. There's lots of rats, big spiders.
Oh, really?
Yeah, don't want to eat those though.
Probably not. Have you ever tried to teach him any tricks?
Can't say that I have. Yeah, the conversation can continue. Yeah. I don't want to do this. Okay. So it's going to take the better part of a quarter of an hour. Right? Yes, about 15, 20 minutes. You're down here. Valen seems to be the only one who has the energy or motivation to speak with you. And even with him after a little while, like he just kind of, the conversation just kind of dies into silence.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking this. I'm assuming Grott carries on the conversation for far longer than is necessary or comfortable.
I imagine. He does his best to patiently listen.
But if he sees that Alan's like falling asleep or anything like that, he'll shut up. And I'm gonna stay up the whole night.
Okay, so it takes about 20 minutes before you hear splashing in the tunnels, and you hear someone's quiet. Sorry. And there's some more splashing.
Damn it.
You hear someone.
Perception. Do I recognize the voice?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Oh, for the love of!
I think we might need to call ourselves the Mighty Ones because we suck.
I mean, that's one more not one away from Grott, away from you needing to use a backup character. I'm joking, but
is that what you're?
No, but there's the whole like,
Three
three crits in a row, and your character's dead kind of thing. Hey, you do not. Yeah, you can't quite make out the acoustics of the sewers with the splashing of the water and the quietness of the voices make it basically you can't discern or recognize the voice. You can just, I'd say, like, those words are pretty much all that you heard, and then you hear more just kind of garbled sounds of people talking as they draw closer.
I don't know what, because it says here in the rules that after an hour of someone being unconscious, I can try to give them a heal check to wake them up.
Assuming that they're positive hit points, I think.
It's when after 10, a dying character becomes stable, the character must take a 10 DC Constitution check to become conscious. But I can help them out. Yeah, if they're conscious, I think they're still at 0 hit points though.
Well, they're negative hit points.
Or whatever, yeah, whatever it is. So,
okay.
Got a little bit to wait.
Okay, so the splashing draws closer, more voice, you hear voices, and then around, you see light start to peek around this corner. And as they draw closer and closer, it seems like any moment this group of people will come around the corner, and then you see this light of a torch come around, and you see the familiar face of Malik. Good. I was worried. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I was worried too.
Here, quickly, and he says, like, behind his back. You see several other people move in a frame wearing just common clothing. You recognize two of them, or you recognize one of the men as the man who opened the door when Malik led you to where he's staying. But the other ones you don't recognize.
Do they look capable of holding their own in a fight?
More than us?
With that perception check, they are like holding their torches, and some of them have like like a belt knife or something, or like, like kind of sharp, just like basically the sharpest knife they could find, and they're just like looking around. They do not look like they're the kind that would put up a fight. They look more like they're coming to get you out of here and avoid a fight. Malik's not looking so great either, by the way.
Yeah.
He's still in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, that's what good bears. Good with the heels.
Right, yeah. All three.
But anyway, yeah. So.
Okay. So with their help, assuming you unlock the door.
Yeah, I'll let them in.
Okay. So they'll grab their priority is going to be the 4. There isn't enough of them to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all 7 people. It's going to take 2 trips. So their priority is they're gonna help the 4 conscious prisoners out. Because they are the.
I'm gonna make a brief foray into planning again.
So roll another nat 1.
No, this is easy. I'm gonna tell Malik to stay here with all of them, and I'm gonna go with the group leading the prisoners out.
Okay. All right. Suppose that's sound enough plan. Well, just make sure you go quickly. They'll take you back to where I am staying. That will be safe enough, at least for the time being.
Okay.
Okay.
In a little while, they might wake up. I should be back by then, hopefully, but just to warn you, they might start to stir a little bit. It's okay. Just make sure they don't choke on my tongues, and I pat them on the back and walk.
Don't worry. I have seen my fair share of wounded. I'll take care of them. Okay. So you are gonna help. Basically, with these people, they don't need to be carried, but they're basically like arm over your shoulder. You're supporting most of their weight as you're like moving through the place, and it'll take about half an hour. Slowed as you are by the weakened survivors of this sewer. Malik is down here, and they move through the streets. You're following them, I assume, not trying to trailblaze. They'll lead you through the streets, sticking to alleyways, trying to stay out of eyesight because it's pretty suspicious to see some people dragging what look like half dead, like people who are on the brink of death, dragging them through the streets in the middle of the night. That's kind of suspicious. So after about half an hour, you'll get to that same like narrow street. One of them knocks on the door cracks open slightly, and you see the woman that you saw there earlier, and the man it's like, it's okay, it's us. She's like, okay, leads you back through the place where Malik is sleeping. There's another spot that's been hastily prepared with some other makeshift beds that are basically spare clothes and straw that was used for packing in crates that you see have been pulled open, just kind of made into makeshift cots. She's like, you just put them down here. And he's like, the man, okay, well, there's 3 more we've got to go back for. We'll be back soon. It's like, okay, yeah. So you guys head back. And that'll take.
Can I ever look around for anything like a litter or a stretcher?
There aren't any like purpose-made stretchers or litters.
Okay, I have a quarterstaff.
Okay. So if you wanted to find another pole, go ahead and make a perception check if you want to. Yeah, make a perception check.
You guys ready for another trip to Crap Town?
Okay.
That's a 5.
Man, you need to. you 5 is the highest you've rolled all night so far.
Throw that dice away.
Oh, except 12. You got the 12 heal check, though. I don't know why you made that because I never asked for it. But cool. So 5 is your highest purposeful roll tonight. So you are the new Alvin. I say it's not difficult to find this small warehouse is near the docks. There are lengths. I'd say you'd probably be able to find an oar, like a long oar that would make as another end of a litter. And there's some spare canvas that, with the help of the other 3 people with you, you could slap together a litter.
Well, that's something. It's more than we had before.
Yeah. So you wend your way back through the streets. By the time you get there, Paeg and Alvyn, why don't you go ahead and make Constitution checks for me?
What do I need to roll?
I believe it's
Constitution or Fortitude?
Constitution. It's
a Constitution.
Constitution.
I thought I tried.
Trying to leverage that fort save. That's enough. And that's enough. Okay, yeah.
You're totally good.
Okay.
Hey, I guess if you die or almost die, your luck changes. So Grott's rolling the bad numbers. He's next.
All you have to do, all you have to do is...
Technically, I'm going to go ahead and say from experience that's not the case, because that didn't happen the first time.
Oh, right, that's right, yeah.
Just a second. Okay. So you can't actually move on your own.
You can what?
They can't actually move on their own. They
Yeah.
are disabled.
Yeah.
What was this concept?
You are conscious, but you are still incapacitated. You cannot move or take actions, but you can speak.
Am I still at the -3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. It doesn't regain hit points. You're just awake.
Am I able to cast spells?
No. That would constitute
That's fine.
an action. Okay. You guys kind of come to whoa! Steady. It's okay. It's all right. Your friend will be back. Yeah. So
I'm still locked in a cage, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the first thing I see when I... pretty much.
Frick, knock him out! Somebody knock him out!
Make you're able to keep a lid on. It's all right. You're safe. It's okay. Don't move. You will open your wounds again. Grott will be back.
I'm afraid. Kind of sink back down against the wall.
Oh, great.
What about the girl?
He just kind of pulls out he reaches through the bars and rips a piece of cloth out of the cloak of this woman that he killed. It's here, and he kind of ties a makeshift bandage on some opened wounds.
Because I'd like to point out I have 2 injuries. A cut across my forehead.
Yeah.
And then a giant gash through my chest.
Yeah, and this is basically it's just a little strip of cloth that goes around your chest. It's just it's the best I can do.
Well, he's small.
I got hit twice.
Yeah.
The entire last.
Hey,
I got hit once.
Barbarians hit hard.
Yeah. There was that one lady who got hit once, and you basically annihilated her blood.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the 34 damage crit? Yeah, the one that literally rocked that poor woman back to the stone age. Oh, man.
So, yeah, Paeg.
Do I see the girl?
You come to consciousness, you look around, Fuzzy, you see Alvin kind of, like, sorely, like, oh, like he jolted awake and was just like, oh, that was a mistake.
I ignore him. Is the
girl
girl there?
Is there. And she's kind of, and she like holds her throat. She's just like, she's just looking around. It's all right.
Are you okay? I'm gonna crawl over. Can I crawl? Can I pass back out?
I think technically, if I'm not wrong, move does not provoke, like, if you can do that.
Yeah, so it's able, which is the same as if you have 0 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no.
They can move the big standard, so...
Just relax.
I did not mean to kill you. I did not mean to be the reason why she did that. Is she gone?
And Malik like comes over.
See the body?
Oh yeah. Don't worry. Don't. It's okay. You are safe now. You are with friends. Don't worry. More people are coming back. They had to get the others out of here. They will come back for you.
I'm gonna like just hold her hands and just think inwardly about Alec and send him just reassurance.
Okay.
And pain, but reassurance.
You get a feeling of relief back.
And then a lot of it of scared.
Okay.
And fear that has never been at this level before.
Yeah. Okay. Just now that you're conscious, just don't try to move. Just stay still as you can. Hold on. I've got an idea. Just stay here. Try to call out, but not too loud if you need anything.
Mark, hold on.
Oh, what do you need?
I'm gonna gesture another.
He's gonna come down and kind of like just bend down a little bit. How are you feeling?
2 things real quick.
Yeah.
Both the people I think a bit better, but would you mind telling me now exactly what happened? Like, just Reader's Digest of it. Like, where are we?
Oh, well, we are in the sewers, Savaria. We came down here to, you and your friends came down here to help me recover some people who are taken by the Jackals, street gang. Well, we had a bit of...
alright.
Had quite a bit of a scrap. Definitely was touch and go there for a while. Fought through a couple of their street thugs. And then Paeg came down here to try to scout out, and well, that woman over there, and he kind of just like points his head and towards the body, which just now a darkening pool of blood as it's beginning to coagulate on the ground. She was holding the little one there hostage, and he like lowers his voice even more. It's like he's trying to make sure that he doesn't not get heard, to presumably so he doesn't panic her with the memories of that. And well, I wasn't there for that, but evidently it didn't go so well. Paeg got hit with a knife, dropped. We came in, and you and her had traded a couple of blows, and you finished her off. Well, you brought her close to death, close enough that I could finish her, and well, but it took the last of your strength, and you fell too.
Is the knife still in me?
No,
Okay.
it's been removed.
Alright, just want to know.
It's been removed and
Hanging
kind
in
of
there,
like patchwork bandage with
Okay,
like scrap cloth kind of thing.
Alright.
Like makeshift bandage that's like it works
Yeah.
for now, but it's
That's fine.
not. Yeah. Yeah. So Grott moved you in here to keep you safe. I left to go get some people to help. They grabbed the 4 people who are being held here. And they'll be back soon, I'm sure. Any moment now.
Alright, thanks.
Of course.
Quite helpful.
Yeah, I mean...
Second thing,
Oh, yeah.
no clue what it is, but I'll probably brought my backpack down here. Would you mind bringing that to me?
I think... Yes, I think I know... Last time I saw it, it was in that long room. I'll go find it. Just wait here. And he'll leave.
Alright, thanks.
He'll come back with your backpack. About this point, Grott, you and the other 4 drawn close to the entrance to the sewer. So he'll bring you your backpack.
For the sake of brevity, because I was going to do it, can you see that Grott has Alvin's backpack over his shoulder?
Did you?
But I was going to grab it.
You didn't grab it. You said you didn't.
Oh, no, yeah, he said that this out of the car. Yeah, I didn't want to leave and grab it, but since I'm, like, coming back.
Okay, well, you can come back when you go to the room where it was. It won't be there.
Oh, okay, are we not in here yet?
You're not
You're
there
at the
yet.
entrance.
You're drawing close. You're pretty
No
close.
problem.
No.
Understood.
Malik comes back. He'll drop the bag off. Here you go. I'm gonna go see if I can what I can find down here. Maybe a little intelligence gathering, I suppose. We'll see. And he is gonna leave. He gets out of the cell and he kind of looks at the ground, the coins that Grott kind of spilled on the ground. He's like, just kind of scoops them up and puts them back in the pouch that Grott dropped. It's like, just tosses it. Basically, he's just gonna toss it back at you. And then he'll take the. Do you still have the keys with you, Grott, or did you give them to Malik?
Well, I give them to Malik so he
Okay.
can lock himself in.
So he takes the keys. He's gonna set off, and you kind of hear him splashing somewhat quietly through the sewers. Grott, you and the other 4 will. Let me just.
Alright, so we're at the entrance.
Yes. I'll just go ahead and reveal all of this.
I'll just let them know on the way that I can see in the dark. So if they let me leave, I can probably tell them what's coming before they get there.
Okay. Yeah, they'll stick close. And you will have the lead.
Awesome. Okay. In which case, yeah. I don't know if I'm on the right map. Or are we not on a map? Perfect. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah, I moved you out of the way. So you
Gotcha.
could be right here.
Okay.
with These guys. You've got 4 people with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just walk like 50 feet ahead.
Yeah. So
Door.
you'll move through. You don't need to go through the whole thing. You do notice there's you see some light coming out of this doorway though as you're coming this way, as you're right here.
Okay. In that case, and Alvin's backpack is already moved, so
Yeah.
as I'm like, yeah, kind of like, huh, I guess you got it. I will walk down here, and if I see the light, I've got those guys behind me. I'm gonna quick just like relay, hey guys, something's going on. Like maybe group up a little bit.
Yeah, they kind of like daggers out. You know, like, okay. Like the look of someone who's preparing to have to fight but really doesn't want to.
Yeah, I'll have one on my walking staff.
Okay. Your walking staff that's currently part of a litter?
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Cool. Okay, yeah, so scimitar out, and I'll just kind of like peek around the corner real quick.
Okay. Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yes, absolutely I am.
Make a stealth check.
Alright.
Oh my goodness! No! Third one.
Great. This is so perfect. This is so good. So you like peek around, like hands on the wall, like peek around, and then your foot that you're putting most of your weight on, your lead foot, like is just on this like slippery patch of scum and slips, and you just fall to the ground right in the doorway. And Malik like spins around with his axe out. Oh, it's just you. Oh, give a guy a heart attack doing that.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, he's gonna like come over and help you get up, but he's gonna try to not touch as much as you as possible because you're covered in sewage.
Yeah, I'm not happy about this. Not gonna like, as a player, not happy about this. Grott probably doesn't care a lot.
Yeah, Grott's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I got dirtier with food fights with my siblings, so it's like whatever. Okay, so he's they're waiting for you. And, I'll be there in just a moment. I'm trying to find anything of interest in here. And you see this room has a bedroll, campfire, and there's like a backpack that he's had open and started looking through.
Oh, okay. You don't want any help in here?
No, it's best to get them out of here as soon as possible.
Okay.
I'm almost done here. There's not very much here.
Okay. And he just, pretty much just wanders off.
Okay.
Tells the four guys, like, okay, back to what we were doing.
Is there any conversation in the dungeon?
Do you want there to be?
Paeg's not saying anything. I just wanted to give Alvyn a chance.
Alvin's busy looking through his pack, making sure that nothing's missing.
Can both of you give me a...
No.
Let's say heal check.
Okay.
Oh, dang, natural 19.
Yeah.
Average.
Okay. Paeg, everyone seems pretty quiet. The little girl is like knees to her chest, kind of just staring straight ahead at the wall. Seems to be, that's whatever. Alvin's looking through his backpack. Alvyn, if you look up momentarily and survey the other two occupants of this room, I don't know, how's Paeg? What is Paeg? Make a, while you're feeling, make no, not your health. Are you trying to hide that you're afraid? Okay. Paeg seems pretty freaked out. Wide-eyed, jumping at sounds of like rats scurrying and clangs and other sounds that just echo through the sewer system. The little girl You like look at her, and then you like look again, and she's definitely in like shock.
Catatonic?
Pretty much. She's staring straight ahead. She doesn't react to any sounds, whereas Paeg is like jumping at like a lot of like harmless sounds or just the random amorphous sounds that just kind of fill this place. She's not responding to any kind of stimulus. About this point,
Do I know if that's like good or bad?
you've seen it before in
Yeah.
you've seen it before on your time on the Needle.
Mm.
Your time with the Marines. You've seen it before in sailors who have not experienced battle before. Sometimes the stress of it is a little more than they can take. Okay. So, Grott, you and your trio of commoners who are pretty spooked, you can make your way down. You do notice that the coins have been picked up.
Oh yeah, where are those again?
He tossed the pouch to you. It had 2 gold, 12 silver, and like 7 copper pieces.
Which is
I will put that in my pack.
Cool.
only about half the going rate of a good heal.
7 copper pieces?
Yep.
I'm gonna say,
Okay.
come to Alec.
I actually have gold pieces again.
If you can. I don't know if you'd be able to, but I would sense a like return feeling like.
Oh, okay. In that case, then retroactively, that does make sense, and you want to get to you. Grott, when you guys got to the sewer entrance and opened it, an owl swoops down, lands directly on your shoulder, pecks you in the head.
I try to nuzzle him a little bit. I'm like, hey, Alec.
He he pecks you, then points, looks pointedly at the sewer entrance, and looks at you
Oh,
again.
yeah. We're going down there, don't worry.
Okay.
I'll take you right there, Paeg.
Cool. So he's on your shoulder. You, Paeg and Alvyn will see as Grott comes around the corner, Alec on his shoulder, and as soon as Alec sees you, he flies through the door, which is open at this point. Flies through the door and lands on you, and is just like, yeah.
Oh, I hug him
Close.
and just scruffle his feathers and just whisper in Celestial to him.
Okay. Cool. Malik will return. You have a litter. Malik returns. He returns, and he's got the bedroll from that other room with him. He's like, I'm thinking that we might be able to make some more litters out of these bedrolls. Might have to find some scrap wood from that tunnel, but I think we might be able to make it happen. Grott, did you check this other key?
I didn't really have time. I kind of figured if we were down here and somebody came and they were throwing swords or something our way, I wanted to make sure that nobody was going to get hurt, so I kept it inside the little cell and I made sure that everybody was taken care of, and so far it looks like everything's gone well. And I'm glad that everybody was okay while you were doing everything. I appreciate the deep dive on your watch.
Okay. Look, how about this?
Go, Grott.
How about this? Me and the other 3, we will go back to the tunnel, salvage what wood we can, while you and he kind of looks at the state of Paeg, who's just embracing her owl, the little girl who's staring in catatonic shock, just staring at the wall, and Alvyn, who's probably finished going through his backpack at this point. I don't know what you're doing or looking like.
I've probably grabbed my water skin, a bar of soap, and my hammer, and I'm trying to clean all the grime off of the rabbit.
Okay. Well, you and whoever's feeling up for it, see what this key goes to. I will get the scrap wood. They're gonna leave.
Okay. Alvyn, it looks like you're doing a little bit better than most people in this situation.
I can probably help out.
Would it be a heal check to try to, like, snap the other two out of it?
You can try it on the girl.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, I'd say
Right.
you could attempt a heal check. Paeg isn't suffering from a condition other than
Being scared.
what would be expected of a normal person in this situation.
Yeah, normally. So, I'll give it a whirl.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Do I know the general treatment for catatonic?
Make a heal check.
Okay. If you better than me, I swear. Because I recognize that is catatonic.
Hey.
Okay. So, Grott,
That's with the -1.
Grott, how are you trying to help this little?
I'll walk up to her and be like, "Hey there, kid. What's your name?" "I'm Grott."
And she continues to just stare ahead.
"Oh, I'm sorry about everything. It was kind of a bad night, but..."
I'm going to start undoing the blanket from my pack.
Okay. Yeah, as you do that, Grott, as you continue to talk to her, she's like you're not even there. No reaction to anything.
I'm going to take the blanket and then try to, basically, swaddle her in it.
Okay. When you touch her at first, she tenses up and kind of actually looks at you afraid and grabs her neck. And then as you wrap the blanket around her, so she just looks at you but makes no movements to stop you or anything. And as you move the blanket around her, she kind of relaxes a bit. And then she just falls asleep. Okay. So yeah. She's asleep. Paeg is hugging her owl.
Talking in Celestial.
Well, it's a good thing I am Celestial now.
No one takes Celestial.
Time to snoop.
Time to listen in.
Okay. I'm just kind of looking at Alvyn.
Took her up.
You said what?
Where have you been?
Well, we took those other, the other people that were here to Malik's headquarters or whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
It looks like most, at least from what I can tell, everybody's out of this place. Alec wanted me to figure out where this key goes. You want to help me?
Sure. I'm gonna kind of be using my pick as a walking stick.
Yeah.
Paeg, do you want to come with us?
Oh, she kind of snaps out of her talking to the owl and... Yeah?
stay here?
The other three?
The other people that were with us.
They're with Malik.
They left.
Well, we should probably come.
Can I sense a motive on Paeg real quick?
Yeah. What are you trying to discover?
Just like if it seems like she's hiding anything, or if like something's off compared to how she's been around me in the past.
Okay.
I will. Hang on. I gotta roll a something. Oh, it's here. I'll just here.
Yeah. She does not seem to be acting like herself.
Mm-hmm.
Something seems different or off. Just in general mannerisms, and she hasn't really said much that you can understand. But something seems amiss.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna follow Grott out. I'm gonna look around.
Can I roll a sense motive just to see if I pick up on the same thing?
Yeah, sure.
Also, do I have to use the dice roll for me?
Yeah, that's right. No,
It's balanced, I swear. The dice are not loaded at all.
Algorithm.
This is my. They're on thin ice with me right now. The last chance. Oh, actually, okay.
Oh, hey.
Yes, you pick up on it as well.
Paeg,
Yeah.
I think we have a special job for you.
But
Okay. This is a really important job. I want you to watch this kid, and if she wakes up, I want you to yell, okay?
this one that is already alive and awake.
Yeah. Yeah, well, she's asleep now, right?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. In a moment, I'm gonna look around for the dagger that she threw at me.
It is...
And
It will be on the ground over here.
I'm. I'll point at it. I'll point at it. Grott, would you mind getting that for me?
I mean, I can. Why do you want it?
I mean, something to remember this day by, of course.
I'm sensing motive on that.
Being all sus. She seems to be telling the truth.
I also will. That's such a weird response.
Okay, in the future, try to say sense motive before I give a... If multiple people are going to do a... No, I'm just saying,
Okay.
for purposes of gameplay, when multiple people are attempting the same skill, just make sure that that's known and you guys roll before I tell anything. Because I don't want to... Just to avoid a sense of like, oh, I'm going to make sense motive, and you know that you rolled an 11, and it seems like she's telling the truth, and then it's like, oh, well, I want to see because maybe, he didn't roll. Yeah, he didn't roll well.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's fine.
Oh. Yeah, we're back in the green, baby.
That's so good.
She is being truthful.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. And I just go walk out and get it. Here.
I will tuck it into my belt because I don't have any bags. I guess I have a bag because I have to have something for my money.
Bag.
I'll put it in
And
a
your
pouch.
components.
I'll put it in my pouch.
Okay.
And then I will go.
It's still covered in your blood.
Perfect. I will go sit and watch the girl.
Okay.
Holding Alec.
Yeah, one sec. I'm looking at the body of the woman dead on the ground there.
Yeah.
Is she face up or face down?
She is face down, head like cocked to the side, hand still gripping, one hand still gripping her battle axe, and the side of her, like it's her left face or left cheek is up, and you can see the. Did I say left or right? I think I did right. Her right cheek has the scar, and you can see that her eyes are still open.
Mm-hmm. Well, would you mind flipping her over real quick?
How about this? And I'm just gonna like drag her over and put the bedroll, like the one that's laying on the ground over there, on top of her.
Like, that's not what I asked.
As you're starting to, before you do that though, could you flip it over real quick?
Yeah, no problem. And I'll flip her over.
Okay. You see the place where she's wearing a chain shirt, and just above where the chain shirt is, there's this deep gouge, like deep hole where your pick, and you recognize the wound. At least you don't remember doing it, but you recognize the wound as being part of your pick. You see, you saw splashes on her back from what looked like something had like corroded away or eaten away at her cloak, and like not corroded the chain shirt, but it definitely eaten at the skin underneath, and various other injuries. And yeah.
So Alvyn kind of kneels down, like lays a hand kind of over the wound, and then moves his hand up and closes both of her eyes.
Okay.
Alright, you can cover her now.
Okay. I'll just throw the bedroll over the top.
Anything interesting about the axe?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Okay. It is well made, not by a mastersmith, you would guess, but it is well made. It isn't what you would expect to see a street thug or like a member of a street gang carrying. You would kind of think that they would just have like
more like a lumber axe.
Yeah, more like a lumber axe than a something that would be easily.
Is this double-headed?
It's a double-headed great axe.
Okay.
It is great axe or battle axe? Did I say? Don't want to get it mixed up. Great axe.
I would guess that way.
It's a great axe.
Oh, is it a great axe?
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
It's a great axe. It's not something that you would expect to see in the hands of a member of a street gang. It's also it's much better make than you would expect for like a street crew. Most of the time they carry daggers because they're concealable, and usually they're on the like cheaper end. It's basically like a sharpened piece of steel or iron with a handle on it. They're nothing fancy, but this is definitely this is built for combat, and it's relatively well made. You see on the head of the axe, because your perception check is so high.
Yeah, is there like a craftsman's mark or something?
There is. You see, yeah.
Nice.
Smith & Wesson. Actually, it's an HK, Heckler and Koch. No, it's it is. You see a stylized P with a V, and they're both like enclosed in the top and bottom parts of a B.
Of a what?
Of a B. The letter B. Bravo.
Okay. Grab one more thing real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Don't really want to load it, axe.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll grab it, and I'll just walk in the cage, and lay the axe down next to it.
Okay.
Into the backpack.
Thanks, much appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything. You think that thing's worth a lot of money?
I'm more interested in the handiwork of it, actually.
Oh.
I don't recognize that symbol at all. That craftsman's. What
Knowledge
would that be?
Knowledge local.
Mm. Nope.
You've never seen that maker's mark before.
Alright.
You do notice, she has the axe, the chain shirt that she's wearing, and several small throwing axes like hatchets. But again, these are not like a woodsman's hatchet. These are actual axes balanced for throwing.
I'm gonna look at those, see if they have the same mark.
They have the same mark.
Sorry, Grott, one more thing. Could you, actually, I can probably pick these ones up. I'm gonna grab those axes and bring them over to my pack as well.
Okay.
Wow. This lady really brought a lot of weapons, didn't she?
Professionally made, too. Interesting.
Huh. There must be a lot of money around here somewhere. Yeah, that's what you guys use to get that sort of stuff, right? Since you don't make it all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if they
I'm gonna, start to move past, and then, stop and turn back around to check one more thing at the body.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna start looking around the collar of the shirt, the chain shirt.
Okay.
Name tag.
It's a size.
Someone's looking for the tag.
It's a size medium. Medium. A women's medium.
Hand wash only.
Made for you.
You're looking for a maker's mark?
100% cotton.
Yeah. It is a poly iron blend.
I'm looking for anything that has that same mark.
Is this a door?
Is it?
I don't know.
It is a door.
Hey, there's a door over there.
There's a door over where?
Over there.
Oh, alright. And I start fumbling with these.
Okay. You do find there's
I will say I'm not going to open it with an Alvyn.
There's a flat metal tag basically that's riveted into the back right at the base of the neck. Same maker's mark.
Good, I'm gonna need your help with this one.
Oh boy.
Just as you're like,
What do you need?
This is gonna sound really old, but I need this shirt.
You need what? A little bit confounding.
The chainmail.
Oh, okay. Alright, and he'll do his best to uncouple this chainmail from this.
Okay, so here's the thing though.
It's gonna take
I'm gonna need you to.
We're gonna board us, I'm assuming?
Yeah. So you guys are gonna need to either take a long time to get this off, or I need you to both make strength checks. Or you're gonna have to get real gruesome.
Well, won't Alvyn not be able to?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What's my regarding strength checks?
So actually, you.
Oh, actually, you can't do any of this.
You cannot do that. It has to be Grott. So
Grott probably would normally, under average circumstances, see this as just another animal to dress.
Okay.
Because that creeps me out. I'm not gonna do that.
I mean, play your character. Just do what your character would do. So
go for it.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. And he's trying to. He's gonna try it the easy way first. What do I need to roll?
I need you to make a strength check.
Oh, okay.
Rip it off.
Straight D20.
Use your guidance.
No.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, the scimitar comes out.
Okay, you guys, Alvyn and Paeg see as Grott, like, with really bad leverage, just like kind of pushes on one of the arms to try to get it into like an overhead position and just doesn't budge, and he's just like shrugs, pulls out a scimitar.
I love the cutting surface on this thing. It makes this so much easier.
Peg's just gonna like shrug and then go back to talking to Alec and totally not care.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to roll anything for this, other than, like, maybe not to throw up. But that's just me. That's great.
Make a survival check, just to see how efficient you are, because this is similar to dressing.
Yeah.
So this is more of a see how long it takes kind of a thing.
I'm okay at survival checks. Hey, there we go.
You, with startling efficiency,
It's like I've done this before.
you
On deer.
you like start with tendons to like loosen them up, and then you know do what you gotta do. I don't want to go into grisly detail, but I wonder, Jordan, say let's say low or high.
Let's go low. That's been working for me tonight so far.
Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So you're able to get this chain shirt off. The front of it is covered in blood. And thankfully, though, as you're dressing this kill, there's not a whole lot of blood left in the body, so it's at least doesn't get any more blood anywhere. But you are able to get this shirt off in, I'd say, a few minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes.
I have a really bad feeling that this is like the girl is like this lady's daughter, and that was all a ruse, and now we're gonna have like a.
Wow.
So you now have a bloody chain shirt and a corpse with no arms.
Okay, well, back under the blanket.
Okay.
I just like. I don't think the bit startled at first, but it's like. Alright, yeah. Thanks. There's probably something a little bit reassuring about how calm Grump was.
Yeah, it's like it's just like with the practiced efficiency of someone who has dressed game many times.
Yeah.
Like completely
I mean,
like just dispassionate, but not to the point of like being cold, just like business as usual type kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Like I kind of imagine like he tries to get the shirt off like with one good tug and nothing happens, and then he just shrugs. And yeah, from there.
I'm gonna go put the chain shirt with the axes around my backpack.
Okay. About this point, Malik and the other three will return with some
Oh, is Grott gonna open the door?
pieces of rubber.
While Alvin's away in the other room now.
Okay.
Is Alvin coming with?
No, I'm coming with.
Alright, so you're waiting until.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
You put the lock in the key. Open the door.
Oh, that's a skill.
Okay.
Putting a lock in a key, okay?
Yeah, you put the lock in the key. The key in the lock. Open the door. Alvin, make a perception check for me. Okay. You open the door. It's a small room. There's a door directly across from you, and there's some like broken, like partially broken crates and barrels that are obviously empty. The tops are open, but there are 2 chests sitting side by side.
Is Paeg following us?
Yeah.
Hey, she had a job.
You had one job.
You got the most important job down here. You gotta watch the kid.
The kid is fine.
Yeah, but she might not stay that way. I don't know.
Is there something that you are not wanting me to see, Grott?
Really, it just looked like you might be a little still.
A little what?
Woozy. You know, like dizzy.
I am fine. As fine as Alvyn. A little bit better.
Okay. He's just gonna take that at face value.
Well, wouldn't it be best if someone sat back to watch the child?
Are you volunteering? I
I've been doing
Are
so
you
good.
volunteering?
That was...
I have succeeded tonight.
So far, we have had a really bad day. We have come down here, failed to open a door, turned off the Z-lights, had a battle while blind. Then, I nearly die. A girl nearly gets killed. If you have a plan, you should just say it, and we can all agree if it is a good plan or a bad plan. This is a bad day.
I thought we had a plan, and I thought that plan was for us to look through the storm and you to watch the kid. You agreed to it back then, no change.
Is that what you want?
But now she's gonna pout.
I don't mind it, it's fine.
She'll just...
Grott does not understand what is happening.
Alright, she'll turn her back to you guys. And she will go...
I mean, if she wants to come.
She'll go sit down with the girl.
Yeah, well,
She's gonna go sit down with the girl.
Malik and the others have returned
That's right.
at this point, and you see them like putting together with these pieces of wood and the two bedrolls that are in here and the other bedroll that Malik grabbed from the other room, basically fabricating some litters. It's like, look, if you're going to do any looking around, do it now. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. This place is making my skin crawl. Look,
You're telling me.
take
Good
Paeg.
thing he doesn't know about what's under that bedroll.
Yeah, no, they all like it's obviously a body for one thing. I don't know if you like arrange the arms roughly back in place, but it's like there's the shape of a body and there's blood pool that's like under it that the bedroll's not covering. So they're keeping their distance from that.
Yeah.
There's also like ample amounts of blood just about everywhere else in this room. So
this is a really sucky place to be right now.
yeah.
It's like the spirit of bad enough. Anyway.
So the two chests are not locked. It seems like they were more relying upon the strength of the doors rather than any locks on the chests.
We have a surprise for them.
You find in let's see. I want to do this. One of the chests is a small, like a strong box size. The other is much longer and much more shallow. In the longer one, there is a long sword and a dagger, and they both look a very good make.
I'm checking for craftsman symbols.
Okay.
Do I need to have perception now?
Yes. Okay. Yes. At the base of the blade, just below where the fuller is on the longsword and on the dagger, there's very faintly, like very finely chiseled in the same maker's mark.
We're taking these.
Okay.
And these look of even better quality than the axe.
Do I think I could fit the axes in this box with the sword and the dagger, or is it like fitted to the sword and the dagger?
It looks like it's It's not exactly fitted to the sword and the dagger, but this box looks like it was intended to hold like swords.
Gotcha.
So the axe is a bit too wide. You probably fit the throwing axes in there, but not the great axe. It's much too long and much too the head is much too broad.
How heavy is the box?
15 pounds.
We got a lot of guys. It's okay. Just load them up with stuff.
The strong box is about the smaller box is much lighter, but in that you find a large amount of coin of various denominations of like size. There's a
all this stuff in here. It's those coins, but I don't know how much they're like.
It's a polished stone.
As Grott starts to talk, I'm just gonna like motion to like. Shh.
Okay.
We're just gonna take the boxes. We'll sort out stuff later. Don't worry about it. And I'm gonna pick up the box full of coin.
Okay. So when you opened it, though, you saw coins. You don't know how many. There was a polished stone. There was a vial of.
What color is the stone?
The stone is. It is like polished, and it's striations of like red and yellow.
Wait, now, is it bad that I know what that is?
And there, didn't want to close that. There is a vial, a small vial of some kind of liquid, and there is a rolled up piece of paper. Parchment.
We'll sort out that later. Let's just grab the boxes.
Wait. Do you not want them to know I'm there?
They don't need to know what's in the box. We don't know what's in the box. They're going to be fine. So let's just go.
Wait, no. Why are we not telling them? They're our friends, right?
They're our friends, but we're a bit low on coin right now. We could really use this.
Yeah, but I mean, Malik did get hurt too.
Oh, did
I think you should get some of it.
Malik was.
How about they did Malik get hurt?
You hit him really hard.
I don't remember.
Oh right. You've seen Malik.
And Malik didn't include that in the recap.
No, he didn't. Purposefully didn't. But you've seen him. He's definitely has injuries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, not to mention how bad you hit him.
Wait, I hit Malik? What did I hit Malik?
It was dark. Somebody thought it would be a good idea to turn out the lights. I what that was about.
Who the hell is that?
Somebody. Somebody dumb.
I'm gonna need a bit more, like, later after we get out of here, I'm gonna need a really in-depth explanation of, like, everything that happened, because I really, like...
Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem, but, don't you think we should vote some of that Malik's way?
Malik's way, yeah, but the other three?
Well, you know, how about we just tell him we found some?
How about we just wait until we're out of here, and then we tell Malik what we found?
Hey! You guys hear from the other room. Hey! We're almost done in here. Almost. Did you find anything?
Yeah, we got a couple of boxes and stuff. We'll be out in a sec.
Make it quick.
Listen.
We almost have these made.
He should have some of it. We're giving
I
it.
agree.
We're giving
I
it.
agree. We're giving Malik some, not the other three.
Okay. Fine.
Shake on it?
Yeah, I'll shake on it. It's still a very awkward shake. He's getting the hang of it.
Alright, now if you can grab the weapon box, I got this.
Do you think you can
What's
carry
behind
it?
that other door, by the way?
Oh, let me see. I'll just kind of pop it open. I will try to be a little bit sneaky about it.
Stealth check.
Yes.
Just for kicks and giggles. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! That's how that goes. Dude, are you at 4 or 5 now?
I think we're at 5.
Oh my goodness. 2 failed perceptions and 2 failed stealths. 4.
There's almost as much red in the chat as there is on the ground, guys.
Yeah.
That's a direct translation if we're not careful.
Four crits.
4 crits.
4 crits out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I would like to.
You just want to start playing Cthulhu?
You have 4 crit fails out of 11 checks.
Dude.
Oh man.
Oh man, that's like a 37%.
Let's just get out of this place and go.
Okay, so you're Alvin. You see as he like exaggerated tiptoes up to the door, puts the key in, turns it, and then like looks over to you to like give like a smile, like, "Oh yeah, we got this," and then kind of stumbles for a second and pushes the door, and it flies open and slams into the wall.
Oh my gosh.
And this resonant bang just echoes throughout the chasms, and you hear him, what was that? Everything okay in there?
Oh, don't worry about it. We opened another door.
Sorry.
I would like to, real quick, quick point of order. As Grott has been working on getting the door open and then crashed through it, I would just like to quickly, quietly slip the stone out of the chest and into my pocket.
Okay, make a sleight of hand. And Grott, make a perception check. Or no, what's your passive actually?
Does Pathfinder have passive perception?
I guess.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't. Make a perception check, but there's going to be some penalties because you're not actually paying attention to him.
Oh, well, crap.
Okay,
Seriously.
Wow. The one thing that
in the
one time.
It's like, I just like imagine he like walks over to the door, he's like very carefully turns the key in and sneezes and just throws it open, and then he like turns around to see what everybody was. You slip the stone in your pocket, like.
Yeah, so it's in the moment that you, like I said, like when you came up, you put the key in the door and you like looked back to Alvin to like give him a smile and a nod. In that moment, when you looked back, you see him slip something out of the box, and then you like sneeze or whatever and throw the door open.
Yeah, it's shock. I just go, and the door slams. Yeah, we're gonna. Grott's a little shocked at this information. That Alvin would betray who knows how many people like this.
And I'd say, given how you're wanting to react to that, Alvin, you're well aware that he's noticed.
Yeah.
Did you just put that?
I'll hold up the stone and show it to him. We agreed about the coin, not this. Not the best.
That's the coolest rock I've ever seen.
Granted, it wasn't part of the deal. We'll deal with this later. We need to get going.
But, okay, listen. I gotta see that rock again.
I'll show it to you when we get back.
Little do you know, it is in fact the legendary One Rock.
I have Alec fly.
The One Rock to rule them all.
I swear on my father's grave, I'll show it to you when we get back.
Is your father even dead? You thief.
I don't know what's true anymore.
Your father's a dead, you thief.
You don't have father.
You don't have a
Your
father.
dogs even have fathers.
Just spring out and hold down.
Can I force the girl through this doorway now?
Okay, so actually, back in Caged Up Land, they've finished putting together these makeshift litters, and they've kind of like they're gonna move her onto a litter.
Great.
And they're just like, "Do you want a litter? Do you feel strong enough to?" Or Malik, Paeg, do you feel strong enough to walk? We have enough litters. I think we have enough people to almost. Do you need a litter?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you can be in a litter.
At least until the
Yes, well,
great hole, and then I can walk from
figure
there.
out the ladder. But, yeah.
Just get us out of here.
Okay. Let's go. Malik is gonna move over towards the door to the room where you guys are. We're leaving. Do you need the Alvyn? Do you need the litter? Are you able to walk?
I'm able to walk, but I'm not able to carry my pack and stuff.
We can put that. I'll get that. No worries. Let's get out of here before anything else unfortunate happens.
Sounds good.
So
Okay.
Let's go.
the girl is in the litter. Peg's in a litter. You two are walking. Alvin's got your bag. Grott's holding the longer box. Alvin, did you put this? Are you carrying the smaller box, or did you put it with your stuff?
I'm carrying the smaller box. I have the stone in my pocket.
Okay. They're gonna put the axe. Actually, if you guys could put the axe and the boxes in the third litter.
Yeah, that's
That
Okay.
would work. Yeah.
So
I'll help carry one of them.
you guys are able.
And then we put the hatchets in the long weapon box.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, that's what I figured. You are able. What?
This isn't something Grott would. I was just thinking if we were going to ask anybody about those weapons who made them, Malik would probably be the guy.
Alex, what does BTV mean anything to you?
No. Sounds like initials, but that doesn't ring any bells for me. Let's get out of here and we can talk about it more. Okay.
Okay.
So you guys are.
We go back to the high school.
You want to go back there?
If it's a skip ahead.
They're gonna
Or
go
wherever.
to Malik's, where Malik is staying.
Oh, we'll go there.
Okay. So you guys are able to navigate the logistics of getting everything up the ladder, and wend your way through the streets back to Malik's domicile. Okay. Yeah. All right. So back in this warehouse turned triage unit, there is Malik's little place where he's sleeping, and then you see this makeshift infirmary of sorts with makeshift beds and cots, with the other people, and the woman who lives there is like giving them soup in like just hot broth in some bowls.
As soon as I find like a bed, I'm gonna just crash and have Alec watch over me.
Okay.
And I'm going to start my rest
Okay.
without saying a word to anybody, even Malik, and just go to freaking bed.
Okay. So basically, as soon as you get there, Paeg, like the litter that you're in is put down, which is actually made of a bedroll, and you just fall asleep. Alec is perched like directly on top of you, like head swiveling, like watching every movement, every bit like a little sentry.
Good bird.
There's wolves apparently.
I'll just pat him on the head and then. Good bird. Go to sleep.
Okay. Alvyn, Grott, what would you guys like to do? Malik kind of like once everybody's all settled and like the woman of the house is like gives everyone like bowls of soup, and some people have to take them in like cups because she runs out of bowls. But it's warm. It's kind of thin, but it's hot, and it's it's kind of like comfort food, chicken noodle soup, if you will, just the broth.
Okay.
And he kind of sits down on his cot. Well, that could have gone better, but it also could have gone a lot worse. I'm very grateful that you were down there to help.
Who's all in the room right now?
Conscious, probably just you, Grott, Malik, and
Alec.
And Alec, yeah. So the other four, the four that you, or the five, sorry, with the little girl, they're all fast asleep, I'd say, by this point. The woman is not in the room, and the other one of the men lives there, so he's back in their house, and the other two have left. So it's just you and Malik and Grott and Alec.
I'll look at Alvin.
I look back at Grott.
I will try my hardest to find a way to communicate. I will tell you exactly what happened tonight if you give Malik some of the gold that we found.
Wow.
That's a lot to communicate through just, like...
What languages do
It's like intense looks and grunts, so... I'm just gonna kind of, like, look at him, I would love to take, I would love to give you the description that you asked for of what happened tonight, but I think we should see what we found in those chests first.
You are saying this out loud, right?
Yeah, and then I think very obviously.
Oh, yes. Yes, what did you find?
Quite a lot of weapons. I'll go ahead and open the box with the weapons in it first.
Okay. The sword and dagger, like I said, very fine craftsmanship, maker's mark on them. They match. The grips of them are some kind of very deep, dark wood. But the wood feels very, very dense and very hard, and it's very well polished. The rest of it is very well made with like silver inlay, and it's not like, looking at it, it's not a nobleman's sword. It's not like made to be flashy. It's just incredibly well made, and even holding it, despite the fact that you're not a swordsman and this sword is much too big for you anyway, it is extremely well balanced, and the dagger as well.
Not only are these really high quality and like shockingly high quality for being found amongst the Kruger sewer bandits, but they all have the same maker's mark. And I'll grab one of the hatchets and kind of point it out to him, then grab the dagger and point it out to him on that as well.
This is...
So I asked you about the BPV earlier.
Yes, this is strange.
It's on the chain shirt too, and I'll show that tag to him.
I'm not very accustomed with, acquainted with the smiths of the city. But I agree, this is very fine work. To rival that of the dwarves. Unfortunately, I do not don't know this mark.
I cough loudly at that
Yeah.
to mask my immense disappointment.
Well, he's a dwarf. He would have more experience with dwarven craftsmanship.
That's great.
And I guess piece of
Oh,
information.
can I get a sense for if this is gnomish or dwarvish craftsmanship?
Yeah, I'd say we'll just wrap that in an appraise check.
An appraise check. Hey, I don't have any negatives. That's more than most of the skills that I have modifiers for.
Okay.
Even average roll.
So you don't get any inclination of the culture that crafted it. It is a difficult subject to glean any kind of information off of, because a longsword is a longsword, and certainly there are differences in how they make the guard, and and if this were a weapon that were more for show and less for work, it would certainly have a great deal more embellishment on it, which would be easier to place it. But it does not. It is a. I hesitate to say plain, but what little embellishment there is on it is relatively simple, exceedingly well done, but there's not a great deal of it. More of like a less is more kind of mentality, which doesn't tell you too much.
There's like an elegant simplicity to it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And long swords and daggers are pretty ubiquitous across all cultures. It's not like, given the size, it's definitely not built for a gnome or for a dwarf. And they're obviously very valuable. You don't know exactly what cost they would fetch. It would kind of depend on the market and things like that, but they would fetch a high price, both of them.
I'm planning on trying to figure out who made these. Maybe we can learn a bit more about their intended use.
This is, not so strange to see makers' marks in similar weapons of a company, but I agree, these are much higher quality than I would expect. That worries me.
And even if we were talking about like upper class thugs, it would be rare for all of them to have weapons of the same make.
Did we check everybody else's? We just looked a bunch of weapons down there.
We did just leave a bunch of weapons down there.
Yeah.
But the others were just kind of
daggers and short swords.
Yeah.
This is it is worrying. We should discover, I think, look into who made these. But this points to an organization with more funding and, well, more influence than I care to think. Like I said, I've not been here for very long, only a month and a half, 2 months. But this is concerning, for sure. What of the smaller box?
That's a bit more of a sensitive matter, and I'll kind of like bring it between the two of us and open it to Sean.
Oh, I'm guessing this is probably money that they've extorted from people.
Most likely,
Oh, that's unfortunate. I wonder, curious what this vial is and the parchment, but do not worry. I lay no claim on them. They are yours. Consider it payment as it will for helping me.
Maybe we should give you some payment as well to heal your wounds.
I do not lack for money. That's fine.
Actually, I made friends with a healer in the city. He might be able to help you out for me.
Friends.
Oh my gosh.
We mutually extorted each other.
On that matter, though, I did promise him a favor. Do you happen to know? You spent a bit of time on the sea yourself. Do you know any way that might be able to, I don't know, acquire a ship for a day?
Well, of course, there's certainly people willing to, for the right price, you can charter their vessel. What is this favor?
The ship that was transporting their healing supplies got scullied in a shoal not far from here. I will try to track it down and get some of the supplies back for it.
Ah, well, I do not think you would have very many problems. Though I would suggest looking near Shortport. Typically the smaller vessels are there, and it sounds like smaller vessel would be better for that kind of thing.
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind.
Or, just spitballing, we could ride a dolphin.
Alvyn could ride a dolphin.
Gosh!
I could ride a dolphin.
Make that happen, Jordan!
I'm gonna need you to make a ride and a swim check.
In the animal animal, just for good measure.
Yeah, yeah, and a spellcraft, because why not? And if all that goes poorly, I'm gonna need a fly check.
Don't forget knowledge arcana.
Oh yeah, knowledge arcana. No. Knowledge nobility.
Yeah, knowledge nature.
And
actually, you know what? Scratch that. We're gonna need a disguise check that the dolphin thinks you're one of its kind.
Yeah, you're gonna need a profession basket weaver to weave your dolphin disguise.
If I roll for this, can I roll like if I critically succeed my basket weaver check, can I get a +6 4 gold boss or something?
Whoa!
No. But if you talk to a certain fisherman and he rolls really high on his profession fisherman, he'll fish out any magical items that you may need. with his craftsman feat.
That feat, oh my god.
Okay. And do not feel bashful about the money. I understand you are adventurers, and like I said, I do not lack for coin, but I do not have a lot of excess to be able to support you three as well. So please feel free to take it. And there is no way of knowing whose it is, and I'm sure that they would happily give it as payment for what you have done.
Thank you kindly.
How much gold is there in that thing? Or it's gold, right?
There is gold, silver, and copper.
Oh wow, look at that. That's a lot of gold.
There's a substantial amount of coins.
Did you put it in the...
You guys haven't counted it yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grott does not differentiate between gold, silver, and copper.
Okay, so for Grott, there's some brown shiny ones. There's a lot of those. There's some white shiny ones. There's a little less of those, and then there's these really cool yellowy shiny ones, and there's a lot less of those, but they're also a lot heavier.
Wow. So, I mean, what do we do with this stuff? I mean, I get to put it down when somebody gives us something. Is that the whole thing? Could I buy and I just start pointing stuff?
The object really has to be for sale.
But could I buy one of those? And he just points at a wall.
Wow.
I bought
if you were trying to build a house, these would be used as well, yeah.
Okay.
Anything that can be bought with these.
Well, but what can be bought?
Let's you
say, we were at the paper shop a couple of days ago, and we bought paper. Could we buy all the stuff to make paper? Where did the paper guy get it?
Do I know how paper is made?
Oh my god.
Make a knowledge engineering check.
The most useless roll.
You have a vague idea. You know that like lumber, like it's most of it's made from like pulp of wood, but you're not entirely sure the exact process of how it goes to be made into paper.
I don't see why you couldn't, but I also don't know why you wouldn't.
It's
It's
extremely.
probably a pain to make.
You also know that paper is extremely labor intensive and therefore much more expensive than parchment.
Oh, okay. So wait, did we pay the guy for the paper?
Actually, I don't think we got paper. I'm pretty sure we got parchment.
Yeah, you got parchment.
What? Wait, what?
With this paper and then there's parchment, it's two different things.
Grott loses his mind.
Jaw hits the floor, comatose.
Now
No
it-
points.
Now he's like, look, I'll tell you a piece of wisdom that floats around with the dwarven clans, and it's this: everything is for sale if you have enough coin.
Really?
Doesn't matter what it is.
What about that? Just pointed at Cotton.
Yes, even people. Maybe not their hearts, but at least their influence.
How much money is the cot worth? Do we have enough for it?
He looks at the box of coins. Yes.
We're not buying the cot.
You have quite enough for many cuts.
Can I buy a cloud?
You can only really buy things that...
Run all those stores. Is there a star for sale? Can I buy a star?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well, I suppose there are some limitations to that saying, but I suppose if you had enough... look, let's just say that most things could be bought.
Okay.
Things that can be loot can be bought, let's put it that way.
But you paid that guy for healing, right? That's not a thing. That's
I didn't actually pay the guy for healing, he gave it to me out of the kindness of his heart.
Speaking of this,
Oh my gosh.
I think that it would be good tomorrow if you are feeling better, or that you could help us move these 5 to this healer that you told of. Perhaps who is this healer? Actually, I have not asked you that.
Pretty sure his name was Marius.
Arius.
Still at the Temple of Unreal.
Okay. Well, then in that case...
Don't worry, we're right chaps.
Well, actually, then in that case, if you're feeling up to it for tomorrow, we should probably get these 5, and, well, probably you 3 too. Wait, and then he, like, looks at Grott and realizes that Grott has no injuries whatsoever. Us 3, and he points to you, Alvyn, himself, and Paeg. Us 3 there too. Certainly could use a bit of healing myself if he's giving it out.
But how do you buy healing? It's not a thing. You don't grab a healing. You
You pay for services.
services.
Yes.
Yeah, for instance, I could pay you to...
Let me ask you this. Do you see Alvin's no, this sword right here.
Yeah.
The person that this was made for probably cannot make swords, right?
Well, yeah.
But he's
that's
still paid
That's the parchment again, right?
Right, but he is this person is paying for someone to make something for them.
Is that what Paeg was doing? She didn't give anybody anything. People were giving money.
No, entertainment.
She gave them entertainment.
She gave them something to forget their troubles for a little bit, which in a lot of ways is more valuable than a lot of things.
So maybe the thing that they were buying was happiness.
Distraction.
Oh,
I do not think that true happiness can really be bought. That's something you have to find.
Well, then why do we make money?
Well, it certainly doesn't help in your pursuit of happiness.
Fair enough. I never used it, and I was happy.
It's an excellent point. Now, I suggest that you find some sleep. I certainly need some.
That is advice I will definitely take.
Okay. As you,
I will have tucked the lockbox into my backpack.
Okay.
I forgot the business of counting that.
No. I figured we'd do it later in the company of less.
Yeah, so you tuck the lockbox into your pack, find a place to lay down. They have the other two litters that are made of bedrolls, so there are beds.
I'll just take one of those, yeah.
And you drift off into sleep. Yes, I know. Okay. Yes, so here, are you two, especially you, Paeg and Alvyn, are you planning on only sleeping the 8 hours, or are you planning on only a normal long rest? Or only 8 hours, or the whole day?
I was going to do the whole day.
Same.
Okay.
I need to heal it.
Okay.
So,
I'm prepping. I'm ready.
so here's...
I'm assuming when Malik said tomorrow, he was talking about, like, a whole day later.
Okay. He also said when you're feeling up to it, so... If you're feeling up to it.
Oh.
So here's my
I'm resting all the time.
personal take on resting. It is that it's nothing more strenuous than like eating food. No, something like that. So you can certainly spend the whole day actually sleeping if you want to, but it's more of like you are stuck to your bed. You occasionally eat food or chat to people or, do simple things to pass the time. So there's still, you guys can still do some things.
Can I cast spells?
That would not... I would say no.
Okay. That's fine.
I would say no.
Anybody grab and
Lots of second point.
I don't know. I think if we want to do, you guys want to be all healed up before we do stuff, or?
yeah, I think I can help with that process. First off, I'd like to just there are 5 good berries to pass out to all the month.
One for each of us.
Okay.
That actually isn't a good way to do that though, because
Are you...
just count full 24 hours of food.
Okay. So are you giving those to... Who are you giving those to then? How are you splitting it? There are
I mean, I'll just do one to each.
each of the 5 that you rescued?
Yeah.
Okay. You see some of the bruises recede. Old cuts that had scabbed over now heal even more. And they seem to have more energy. It seems like what they were really missing was food and water. Yes. Yeah, you level up when you sleep.
I was just wondering where our HP is at. Like, how much do we heal?
So I'm gonna say it doesn't really make sense to heal from leveling up because you still have the injuries. Like logically, it doesn't make sense to me. So your maximum hit points are larger, but you still have the same HP.
I've got 2 cure. Well, but Malik needs healing.
Look, you focus on getting these two up.
Okay, if you insist. Who wants to go first?
Good Paeg.
Okay, Paeg. You have 7
how much did I gain from sleeping already?
You got 2.
Wow, I feel... Thank you, Grott, for your help. So that's
Alvyn,
very kind of you.
I also got you from sleeping, I'm assuming.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I really hate to disappoint Alvyn, but I have a bad feeling about this one. 5. 5 hit points.
Oh, I mean, I feel like I can walk over a king now, so that's that.
Okay. Good point.
I'm at a whopping 4 hit points, just by the way.
Okay.
I'm at 7. Woo! Grott, do you have any more?
Well, I think I'll be able to help you get these people to my buddy Marius.
What did Paeg ask?
If you had any more healing,
You remember the shiny rocks?
yes.
Yeah, I can do that again.
The ones that you threw, or the ones that you eat?
No, the ones that I threw. I already did the berries.
I don't think we need those rocks. I don't want to injure anyone inadvertently.
Oh yeah, because now I'm freaked out.
Those are dangerous.
Like,
Obliterated this dude.
5 times over. Wait. People pay for healing?
Yes, sometimes.
Like I could do this for money?
Grott, yes, that is a job. There are jobs for these things. That's why I wanted to hire you in my troop.
Title of this episode: Grott learns about the economy.
It's true.
I know. I'm waiting for it to take the inevitable. Like, either pure capitalist or pure communist.
Oh, man.
Did they buy those palaces? How much money do they have? Why do they have all of them?
Well, so I have 7 hit points in the morning now.
Yes. If you stay, if you rest for the rest of the day, you'll gain another 2 hit points over the course of the day. But that would mean staying here, not going to the temple.
Alvyn,
Hi.
do you know how much it costs to get healing at the temple?
It was 7 gold, right?
I
Or
think.
that was what he was charging me.
Yeah.
But didn't he say that he was focused on healing the people who actually needed it?
Yes. Oh, that's true.
He did mention that. You also know that you also made a bargain with him for a favor and that money. So
Real quick, how are those prisoners doing? Are they like talking at all?
the little girl seems to not be catatonic, but certainly isn't talking to people. And it seems pretty skittish. The other 4, 3. So there is the little girl. There are 2 women and 2 men.
I'll have Alec. I'll point at her, like nod my head towards her. Alec, she could use some nuzzling.
To the little girl. Okay. Alec kind of. You get the feeling of like reluctance, but not like. But no.
It is okay.
No
I'm right
negativity.
here.
Yeah.
You understand that I love you the most.
Then he gives just not a peck so much as just like a little tap of his beak on your cheek, and then he flaps over to the little girl. At first, she's like, oh, and then she kind of like calms down and kind of like nervously like,
You can pet him. He is sometimes purple. Not today, but his name is Alec.
like,
He is magical. He is real.
and then
He
it
is-
quickly warms up to
Make
Alec.
sure that you tell him often that he is the most magical and incredible owl in the world.
She just like nods.
Out of curiosity, about how long would it take me to walk over to Marius's place?
Hey, Marius.
Marius, that's
it
a
would-
cool name.
It would take about where you are in the
We're in the poles, right?
yes. You would take about where did I say it was right over
It's that purple square.
yeah. No, that was the scribe's store.
No.
No, that was the temple.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was a
Yep.
temple. I put the scribe's store on the other side. Let me make a mark for that. Generally.
Because the scribe store was in.
Yeah. In the Aulus markets, roughly.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be more over. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. It's take you probably 30 to 40 minutes, depending on how much foot traffic there is.
Mm-hmm.
If you're taking people with you, they actually, besides the girl who seems to be more like, the girl is certainly the one who's in the worst shape. The other ones seem to kind of have their strength back a bit after having eaten and actually had a restful night in a safe place. The two women and so I guess I'll give you a brief description. So there's a younger man with long hair, clean shaven. He is still asleep. There is an elderly woman, not old, but certainly past her middle years. Gray is starting to creep into her hair, and she's kind of she's actually, I'll say, she's kind of trying to, like, she's over with the girl, like, oh yes, it's a nice owl, and just like talking to her and try to engage her. There's another woman who is probably in her middle years, and she's still sleeping. Then there's the man, probably in his late 20s, early 30s, very, very strong build. And you notice that now that you're out of the shadows and darkness of the sewers. He's very strongly built, and he's awake, and he's actually gonna come over. This is the same one who helped you, Grott, move people into the cage, or into the cage.
Good. His name
Valens.
That's right.
Valens Barbanes.
Hey, Valen.
Quick question though. The box with the weapons in it, is that like closed and put away? Are they out? Okay. Also, I can't hear you.
The box with the weapons is closed and put away. The battle axe doesn't fit in the box, so that's just kind of leaned up against my backpack.
Okay. He's gonna kind of walk over with just like an ever so slight limp, and just kind of sit down. Well, good to see you awake, he says to you, Alvyn, and I guess Paeg too, since you're there. Can't say how grateful I am that we're not down there anymore. And we have you to thank.
It
I'm sorry it was
was.
a pleasure, but that would be a little far from the truth. That I can help you though.
He just gives a chuckle. Yeah, it wasn't a pleasure. But it was even less a pleasure for them, so I'm glad you... Well,
Why were you down there?
Yeah, let's do that.
well,
What were they making you do?
made us do nothing. We are leverage, hostages.
For what?
I'm not familiar with the other 4 that are in there, but I suspect it has something to do with my brother and I.
Who is your brother?
What's your brother do?
My brother's name is Petrus. He and I run a smithy.
Do you make money doing that?
Yeah, pretty good money actually.
So, real quick, what's your last name?
Bardanes.
Surname, what have you?
Bardanes.
What's his first name?
So you would be
Balance.
VP B, right?
And he kind of looks past you to the battle axe or the great axe. Yeah.
Where is your brother, Petrus?
Is that pretty fine handiwork?
I suppose you would know. He kind of pointedly looks at the blood that is still on the axe. Although I hate to see it in the hands of filth. But
As long as you want a willing supplier, I was hoping to track you guys down. Didn't know it was you, of course, but...
well, I was locked in a cage. I'm sure. But my brother is. My brother usually handles the weapons. I make the armor.
Where is?
But I suppose they figured they needed weapons more than armor. So,
Well, we found some of the armor down there as well, to be fair.
well,
And it
Hopefully-
turns out they needed the armor more than
I never thought I would say this, but hopefully it didn't hold up as well as it could. But you're still here.
I don't think it was actually damaged at all.
Oh, well. That's good.
Well,
Oh, right. Forgot about that bit.
how no,
Oh.
it has to do with acid.
Well, depends. What kind of acid?
Magic.
I'm gonna pull up the change shirt at that point.
Oh, this is, and he's gonna like kind of inspect it, and you see like instantly as soon as he's like holding it, the eye of a craftsman, as he is like scrutinizing this, looking at links and checking the fit, and I don't know. This is just superficial. The magical acid doesn't last long enough to bite into steel. If it were something more like an alchemist made, sticks around a bit longer. I'd be worried about it then, but this is fine.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It seemed like she didn't like it very much. It seemed like it did its job okay.
Well, chainmail's not so great at stopping liquids.
Yeah,
It's
you're right.
just stopping
So,
cuts.
especially really cool, powerful liquids.
Yeah. I didn't build it for that. You need something far more impressive than just what normal steel could give you. Though I suppose full plate could probably do well enough. But thank goodness they weren't wearing that.
Grott just looks a little bit deflated.
And he just kind of hands back the chain shirt.
So you guys got a shop here set up in the city?
Yeah. Down in the Alice markets.
Why would they want people like you?
Well, they were trying to get us to make weapons for them for basically nothing, which of course we weren't going to do. And
Did they say what they were going to use these weapons for?
well, I assume for hurting people. That's typically what weapons are for.
Did you find out who was in charge of this woman who's that
No,
is dead now?
just know that they called her Smiling Rania, but other than that, I don't know anything. She's cruel, though.
We got that far.
Seemed like those street rats were just as afraid of her as we were of her. But you're here and she's not, so that's what matters.
Yeah, I guess so.
True.
Well, keep the axe. Maybe it'll do some good in your hands, of course.
Thank you.
And assuming things can get back to normal, come by our shop sometime. See what we have.
I'd love to see your friendly work in less dire circumstances.
I'm sure you would. So would I.
Paeg is going to talk to Grott and Alvyn.
Yeah, he'll move away back to his litter and kind of he gets takes a bowl of porridge from the woman who's walking around. She's gonna offer breakfast to you guys as well.
Oh, is this a new day? Is this? So did they arrest all of yesterday?
The one day.
No.
1 day.
Oh,
okay,
okay, so we're still.
This is the morning. Yeah, you've done a long rest, but you're.
I'm gonna go ahead and prepare some spells for today.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will.
We don't need them because I'm out.
Prestidigitation.
As you're-
Use my
As you're preparing your spells, you
cleaning.
have a moment where your several spells that you've kind of been working on and thinking of kind of click and make more sense, and you're able to kind of figure out how you could get them to work.
Level up! Yes.
And Alvin, you feel somehow like more latent energy in your animal instincts. Grott, you feel a deeper connection to the earth and the energies that move through it.
How do we decide how many I can prepare today?
You can prepare that many.
4 and 4?
Or you
And
can
then how much can I
cast.
cast? I'm talking about preparing. Last time I could only prepare 3 level 1s
Oh, let me
and
check.
3 cantrips.
Let me check.
Okay. Well, prestidigitation for starters.
Oh, I took light as my new cantrip.
That's
You feel more
appropriate.
connected to the earth,
Thank you.
and you learn
Wow.
some valuable lessons about
Wow.
blindness.
I decided that was appropriate after I almost killed everybody last time. Well, I almost killed everybody that wasn't me.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
It worked in our favor.
I mean,
It worked in our
Malik was
favor.
doing great right up until Alvin smacked him.
And whose fault was that?
Probably mine.
Probably or definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh yeah, I learned that spell. Yes, I'm excited
By
for
the
this.
way, bro, you owe me a story.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely tell him everything down there. I'll try to skip over the part where I decided to turn off the whole time.
Peg is listening too, so you can fill in holes if you want.
I'll just listen. I'm interested to hear things too. I'm like, oh, I was blind for that part. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
How exactly did the lights get turned out again?
Oh, well, we thought it would be a good plan to try to scare them a little more, but
We?
that didn't work out.
We?
Yeah.
You?
I made it feel like it was a group decision. I just said what everybody's thinking, right?
No.
Oh.
We're all here, we're all fine, don't worry about it.
So this is the 18th of Rain's Hand now.
And I just go like, it's okay, guys. I thought about it really hard. Now I could do this, and I cast light. Whatever you do.
It is. Yes. Great. I
What do you
mean,
cap it on?
Yes, it's the 8th.
I'll cast it. I'm kind of new at this, so I just point, and it actually just glows right on the end of my finger.
your finger is on fire.
No. It's magic. It's okay.
Well, I'm sure that'll come in very useful.
Yeah. Got a magic finger.
Well, I'm sure it will help you in your future endeavors.
Okay. I'm hoping it'll help all.
How you feeling all right?
Well, I'm feeling much better, yes.
You don't seem your normal chipper self.
I am not like you, Alvyn. I am not.
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm not a fighter. I do not bounce back like you. The closest that I have ever been to death was with Paeg.
You mean just being around Pegley was being close to death? Is that what you're saying?
Those who spend time in Pegley's company tempt death.
You can just see it in his eyes.
Being close, that time of my life was when I was near death experience, and I never wanted to feel that again, and I have just felt that again. So I am beside myself, and that is enough for me.
Just think about the lives you saved. Helps me through it.
Well, I actually ended up getting a girl nearly killed, so I did not save any lives.
Sure you did.
Aye, if you hadn't been the one to find them there, we wouldn't have been able to get in there in time to save the girl, so.
Plus, you kept all of us from dying a couple times.
Yes,
That's true.
but I nearly died, so it does not matter what their lives are affected or how they are affected if I end up being dead one day, because I am the one who has to live with that.
Or not live.
Or not live.
Exactly. So I do not care about the lives that we saved because the risk was not worth it.
I don't know. They do look a lot happier on me.
Do I look happier, Grott?
Well, not right now.
No, not ever. I never want to do that again. So, I think this might be where we part ways.
Really?
Quick question though.
Yes?
I'm your employee, right? So you can't just fire me without cause?
That is true.
And also, you're the one who was super enthusiastic about taking this whole gig.
Yeah, I was, did not have any idea what we were going into. I didn't expect to actually die or nearly die. More just like, oh, use my illusions, make us hide behind a fake wall if there was a need.
To be fair, you saw me almost die. For punching out as your employee.
I didn't. I did. That is true. What about it?
Just that taking the job we took is a hell of a lot more dangerous than putting on a magic show for a tavern in a rough spot of the neighborhood.
I guess.
But only followed that there would be a bit more risk involved, and you still took that. And look how it turned out. We're all here. We're all committed.
She just looks you up and down.
Yeah, I'd like to say at this point, I probably have stripped myself out of my now completely rent leather armor. And there is just a big, somewhat still open gash across my chest.
Are there other scars?
Can I ask for a perception roll, DM?
I'll perceive.
Yeah, go make a perception check.
Let me perceive.
Paeg, what do you know if I see?
Hang on. Hang on.
I'm pretty sure that's more than enough.
Oh, that's more than enough.
24.
Yeah.
Holy.
So, what does she see?
What do I see?
Alright. So, yeah, so there's the massive, still open but no longer bleeding gash across his chest. There's some other, like, smaller scars on his chest as well. But not very large, just, like, probably from some smaller scraps and stuff. There's still a hint of a bruise on his left shoulder, from getting beat up.
Yep.
Down his arms, there are some sizable scars. Some of those look like they were lacerations, others potentially puncture wounds. It's kind of a mess of scars across his arms, you're not really sure
Okay. Like no,
what they could be from.
like, pattern of any kind?
Not really a pattern. Some of them, like, it looks like some of them were distinctly probably from bladed weapons, but it's in and among others that, like, just don't really have any rhyme or reason to them. So it makes those harder to actually, like, pick out. But because you are so perceptive, you can. And then at one point he kind of, like, leans forward to check on something, and you're able to get a glimpse at his back, and there are long scars kind of crossing across his back as well.
What about these other fights that you've gotten into in your life, Alvyn? You're 61 years.
Oh, you're referring to the scars?
Yes? Did you nearly die from those too?
Not all of them were from fights. But from the fights, sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't.
What else were they from?
Let's just say you don't keep out of the back scratcher.
Grott's like, I've got those scars too!
Oh, you must have gone to
This tree ones!
So I turn my shoulder to show you my back.
Hold on.
You want me to guess what these are from? They're really long, uneven kind of scars.
Like a
some
whip?
going diagonally this way, some going diagonally
Like a whip? Like a whip?
What did you say?
Like a whip?
Something like that,
Look, as much fun as I like adventure,
Not a lot of ways for punishment aboard the ships, let's just put it that way.
Wait, did Alvyn get like a heel hole or something like that?
he's been on a ship before.
Um,
Alvyn,
I don't. Jordan, keelhauling usually kills people.
Yeah, usually it does,
Yeah.
but some people survive.
how about this, Alvyn? You seem like a very closed-off person, but I will admit that I was having a little bit of fun down in that dungeon using some of my spells that I cannot use on ordinary people.
From the sounds of it, it sounds like we had them spooked pretty damn good.
That was the best part, yes. You tell me something about your past, and I will tell you something about my past, of equal or greater value.
I spent the last 20 years of my life aboard a ship called the Needle. Worked as an armor for him. I was Dismissed from duty for insubordination. That's why I'm here.
And is that where these scars are from? For insubordination?
Aye. Let's just say it wasn't the first offense.
Were you stealing something? Or lying, I
No.
guess. Lying? Were you lying?
I wasn't lying, no. Let's just say I didn't follow orders that were clearly given to me.
And how do you feel about that? That you did not follow the orders?
Well, to be fair, I didn't really have a choice. Don't really remember, only know what they told me, so.
Ah. Were you super angry with your anger issues?
Anger issues?
Yes, I noticed you get very angry.
I don't really think of myself as an angry person.
Maybe anger is the wrong word. Kind of like an animal, I guess. You just kind of, I don't know. Like I lost you in that battle. We lost you, Grott and I. You were kind of in a different state of mind than...
Yeah, let's just say I wasn't really there. When you see that, that's not me. That is where I got these scars though, gesturing to his back.
Well, that's a lot about you. That is important. That is...
Somebody scored a critical hit on the first mate.
What about you, Grott? Have you been on a...
Oh, Grott, could you roll a heal check?
Yeah, I meant to say that.
Let me heal check. Alright.
Because I'm assuming you're seeing these scars as well.
Yeah. I'm here. No.
Oh!
You can't tell how old these scars are.
Oh my gosh!
I don't even know what scars are. I'm over here like picking my nose and I'm like,
So,
the human body is a beautiful thing.
the gnomish body. Grott, you see the scars. They're just, you can't think of what may have caused them, or you can't really place how old they may be. You're just not familiar enough with gnomish anatomy and how their bodies react to things like this.
I mean, that's not why. I'm not familiar enough with any anatomy right now.
You're more used to seeing like scars inflicted by like animals, like wolves and maybe even like the antlers of a deer that decides to charge, or something like that. Scars that would be incurred by living out in the wilds.
Yeah, not a whole lot of steel in the forest. Well, I mean, yeah, that looks pretty bad. Were you going to ask me something, Paeg?
Oh yeah, I was wondering if there was something that you would like to share, since we were in a near-death experience, and it seems like we don't know each other, and yet we still want to hang out.
Hold on to that thought, Grott. Paeg, it's your turn. Don't think you can skip on this one.
Very
There's
well.
a deal, you and I.
Alright, we did have a deal. My husband and my 2 children, they do not know that I have magic. And they think that I am out visiting my parents for a year, and they have no idea where I am.
Can I ask why? You guys ask me why online.
There are some secrets that happened in my youth that I would prefer to keep a secret.
More than just your brother.
What?
More than just your brother.
What's the first word you're saying?
More than.
Oh.
Just your brother.
Oh, sorry, it's the accent.
Sorry about that.
It is about Paeg, yes. And it is about when I nearly... See, Paeg went through the Feywild portal and he never returned. And I am afraid of dying like him. And I would not want
What makes you think he's dead?
He did not return! It has been over 200 years.
How old are you, out of curiosity?
I am 226.
Alright. Just thinking about timelines, because Paeg died when he was 375.
Yeah. No,
But-
he's still in the Feywild, maybe.
Yeah.
that we know of.
Yep, for sure. He definitely is.
But she thinks that he's dead. As far as I know, he has not returned to the Elven lands. I haven't asked I haven't asked my deity, but I am sure that I would not get an answer from that one.
I mean, you're still alive and it's been 200 years, so... Maybe he's still alive as well, you never know.
Yeah, maybe.
You might not be used to it, but you're a fighter. Chances are he is as well.
Ha! Yeah, good old Paeg. That fighter.
Yeah. He's beaten cancer 6 times before he left.
6 different types of cancer.
What about you, Grott? Does that satisfy you, Alvyn? Do you have any other questions?
That satisfies me for now, sure.
Grott, what about you?
So are we just sharing?
Sharing time.
That's about the sum of it, yeah.
Okay.
Why are you here? Really?
He just kind of looks down and just starts like wringing his hands. The truth is, my pa kicked me out like 2 years ago. All my other siblings before I did, and since I was the oldest, he said it was kind of weird that I stuck around for so long.
So you've been on your own for 2 years?
Well, I mean, he kicked me out, but he didn't tell me not to come back. So I've really only been alone like 3 months.
So what's all that about the flower to heal him because he's all super sick and stuff?
I'm pretty sure he just told me that to get me out of.
Oh.
But he did say I should find the flower and help me. I don't know. He didn't say much about it.
So what do you want to do about it? Do you want to just be on your own now?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's right. You know, my sisters, all of them have managed to, you know, make homes and cut down trees and
They have their own log cabins in different places. One of my brothers, he actually lives at the top of a mountain. And you know what? He built his entire house out of stones. He made it himself. He didn't use any tools.
Wow.
He just mushed a bunch of rocks together and he built a house. You know, of course, that's super impressive. Yeah, so what? He can lift 400 pounds straight over his head. Yeah, he can wrestle bears to the ground. But listen, I've got skills. I've got talent. You guys saw the rocks.
That's the comparison. 400-pound rocks to these. Oh yes, those rocks were very impressive. I think I saw Malik throw one right through the one's skull.
Wait, what?
Right?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that is I think a more impressive thing than a house. Lots of people can build houses, but how many people can make magical stones?
Yeah, I know. A lot of people can build houses. So what? It's 22,000 feet in the air. I don't care, Dad. So what? Drag the stones over 10 miles. I get it. So what? Who else could smell steel? I'm sure a lot of people could, Dad.
I'll just whisper to Alvyn, maybe we should not bring up the house thing again.
I think we're agreed on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Scratch.
He's got 4 elephant tusks, and he took all of them down from 4 different elephants himself. So what?
Does he know any healing?
I don't think he does.
Well, then you are better than him in the healing.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah.
You're good with animals too.
Yeah.
What was that?
You're good with animals too.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true. I don't have to wrestle bears.
Alec loves you. Yeah, Alec loves you, right, Alec?
Why would I wrestle a bear if you don't have to?
What was that?
Why would I wrestle a bear if you don't have to?
Well, sometimes they're not friendly. But I'm fast. I can run.
Sometimes
I'm just a nodule on this of that too.
Wow.
The apparent non sequitur. Yeah, but anyway, so here I am. I don't know, it's kind of sad, you know, your 12-year-old brother kills 4 elephants with his bear.
It's okay, Grotz. Look at Alvyn. You helped him. You've healed him. You've healed me. I feel way better today. I'm way better than normal.
I gesture to the still open, gash across my entire torso.
I'm
I want for you.
I know they're kind of just trying to make me up. It's like, Grott really doesn't have me. Like, yeah, okay. Thanks, guy.
I actually feel the best health that I've ever felt in my entire life. And I think I'm still getting better. It's amazing. So I'm at 7 HP rather than 6.
I'm sure that Grott would probably know you guys are hyping it up a little bit. But he appreciates it.
Oh.
Thanks, you guys.
Well, we are a weird group, that is for sure.
No normal group ever accomplished anything out of the ordinary, though.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, Alvyn, if you'll still allow me to hire you, then we can still work together.
And just make sure before you try to fire me again, you give me a proper 2 weeks notice.
Sure, I will give you a 2-week notice.
Much appreciated.
Do you mind me asking, do you have a fear of death?
Here?
You fear death.
Do you fear death? That's exactly what I thought.
Mr. Turner.
Do you fear death? Do you?
I don't really think about it too much. I guess not really, no.
I think about
I mean, I
it.
have a healthy caution of it, I would say, but not like a petrifying fear of dying.
Well, I don't know if you are very religious, but I am. And my deity is, well, he helps remind me that I am vulnerable and that no matter what problems and secrets I have run from in my life, that he will always find me.
Doesn't sound like a really, Oh, they'll always find you, that's nice. Misunderstood the first part.
Yeah, he'll find me, alright.
So you only follow one of the gods?
Yep.
Interesting. I'm a bit religious myself, but guess I'd like to hedge my bets somewhere.
Well, there's certainly one that you can put your money on.
Who do you worship out of curiosity?
He is called the Watcher. He is the god of death.
And did you fear death?
It's more of a understanding that it is okay to fear him.
So if he's the god of death and you said they'll find you, you mean to tell me that your worshipping him will eventually lead to your death?
No, actually, no, I just,
Alvyn and Grott, can you both make knowledge religion checks?
Knowledge religion. Alright. It's okay, guys.
you got
I'm just
this.
a half orc with a -1 intelligence.
Turns out you don't need a brain.
Oh gosh.
Neither of you recognize. It's like, oh man, like I feel like I've heard of that name before, but nothing concrete comes to your mind on what or who the Watcher is and what their followers believe.
Okay.
I don't really know how to describe it, other than it is a mutual understanding that I cannot escape, and I have to live with that, and I respect it. But there is also fear, because I do not want him to visit me soon, and I most certainly do not willingly try to put myself in his, calendar, his schedule for the day.
Is there like an explanation for how people are gonna die?
What was that, Grott?
Is there really a schedule? He looks a little afraid.
Your days are numbered.
Figurative.
So, Alvyn, you said that these priests need some of their supplies brought back, yes?
Aye. There you go.
That seems like a really safe trip. I think we could probably do that, no problem, no encounters, and no deaths. She looks up.
Oh boy.
I think before we do that though, we should get these people to that priest.
Oh, sure, I can help with that, I don't mind.
He and I are on pretty good terms after all.
Yeah. Glad that he didn't try
I'm trying to
to...
figure out if Alvyn really believes that they're on good terms. He's just trying to convince everybody else that they are.
Are you wanting to make a sense motive?
Are you sensing motive?
Yeah.
Sense motive. Alvyn, that would be just a bluff check.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
None of it.
What happens there?
That's a success. Your bluff sets the DC. So, Grott, it seems like Alvyn, you've heard of this before, and you think it might be something called sarcasm, maybe, but it's really subtle. But you feel like he might be meaning the opposite of what he's saying.
It's that dry, gnomish sense of humor.
Yeah, but it's tough because he's not doing it with the tone of voice that you're used to hearing from, like your father and your younger brother and your other siblings. Where they'd be like, "Oh, great job, Grott."
On the ship that I was on, right?
Huh?
I said there were gnomes on the ship that I was on.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think I know what this is called. This is, correct me if I'm wrong, taking the piss. I'm familiar with this phenomenon.
Speaking of that, should we get these kind folks down there?
Yes, there's some things that I want to do before we go, but yes, I think that would be fine. I'm going to pull out the dagger from the Smiling Rania, and...
Is it with one end or two ends?
Huh?
Smiling Rania, is that with one end or two ends?
Rania.
Oh, one A.
I misspelled that, so I write it however I want
Smiling
to. She didn't have a
Rania.
name tag.
Rania.
Rania.
Alright, I'm taking out her dagger. I'm drawing it like this. And then I'm going to cast Arcane Mark on my forearm.
Okay.
Of this symbol.
But it's not something that either of you can see.
I can make it visible or
can?
invisible.
Oh, okay. At will, or is it a choose when? I'm not familiar with Arcane Mark.
And
Super.
I can pull it up. I've got it pulled up.
Side conversation with Grott while this is happening. Grott, could you come here a
I
second?
will have one too, but I think it's a different one. What was that?
Could you come here a second?
Yeah, no problem.
So, when we get out of this temple, don't talk. They really value silence there.
Oh,
He's
is that what
disrespectful
everybody
for
was
you.
looking at us last time?
That would be it, yeah.
Okay.
6 characters, 6 words.
So just keep it on hush hush, and if you need to say something, try to whisper it.
Okay.
Allow me to.
He's whispering already. Okay.
You don't have to whisper until we get there, don't worry about it.
Which
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You're still whispering.
Oh, sorry.
All you got.
Thanks.
I have another side conversation.
Oh yeah, sure, go for it.
Well, Paeg isn't doing so great, and neither is that kid. The one that, and he just, does the, throat split motion.
I'm just imagining, Paeg isn't doing so great, and neither is that kid, Slit's throat. Oh, man.
Grott, ever the sensitive person.
Yeah, pretty much. Do you think maybe... I don't know, it just seems like maybe we could cheer them both up if
maybe we have Paeg do a magic show? What do you think?
Oh, that would actually probably be a good idea. I like that, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I just imagine Grott's like, oh, that was all that I thought of.
Yeah, that was the whole plan.
I'm gonna look over to Paeg.
She's inscribing this rune on her arm.
Hey, Paeg. When you're done with that, could you come here a sec?
Oh, you made me mess up. Just kidding. Haha. Yes, what do you need, Alvin? It is magic.
I was thinking maybe we could give these fine folks a bit of a magic show to cheer them up.
Are you feeling up for it?
I am sure. Actually, it was Grott's idea.
I have an idea for a trick too.
What's your trick, Grott?
It's a surprise.
Oh, okay. We'll save it for the end then. Okay.
Oh no.
We'll save it for the end.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Okay, give me a moment.
Maybe I should go first.
Oh, okay, you go first.
I can make everybody feel happy.
Okay.
You know? I'll be
Okay.
the one that goes on before everybody.
You're the zero.
Promote the crowd.
Okay, give me a moment to prepare. I need to prepare my spells for the day.
Yeah, I'm gonna waste my last spell slot.
Wow.
Waste or
Hopefully not waste. It'll depend on how it goes, but I gotta use magic stone for something, right?
Oh boy.
Oh.
oh
Trick shots. No, I'm joking.
no.
Shots.
Not actually trick shots.
Let me quickly just pull up how much hit points these guys have.
Did you figure out how many?
It's the same as we can cast.
Don't worry. Don't worry. The risk is minimal. It was like only a 25% chance anybody gets hurt.
Can you?
Oh, man. Grott saying that and Jordan saying that are two very...
I know, right?
That really is. Remember that conversation about taking the piss?
Yeah.
Grott doesn't know how to do that. I do. Alright. If you guys are ready.
She's almost ready.
Okay.
I'll try not to mess it up this time, by the way.
Oh, I have a totally different spells this time because, kind of, sort of. I will need your help with the ghost downs. I do not have those prepared.
Can do.
And I can use the dancing lights, I guess, today. Yeah, it's no problem. But
I got those as well.
I will not do the first trick, the Bender Mender, and I cannot do the Incredible Magical Alec Vanishing one, so I will just need to figure out what I'm going to
We don't have to give them a full-length show as well if you don't want to.
do. Okay, that sounds great. I'll just wing it. I'll wing it.
Tricks is fine.
I'm sure even just a card trick will be enough to cheer these folks up.
Okay, while you're getting ready with that, Grott will take to the stage for the first time in his life.
Oh my gosh! Wait, Grott, let me introduce you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you? I will tie my hair. My hair will be all blonde. And my coat a different color.
Red cloak, blonde hair.
Yep. My ears are pointy because I'm not using disguise self, so I'll just cover them. And attention, everyone! Look here, as we have, for the first time, premiering in the city of Savaria, Grott, the mystical. Yay! Put your hands together. Oh dear.
There's like confused looks. The little girl is like still petting Alec, but she seems interested.
Great. Scott. Alright.
Yeah, I'll walk up.
The Valens has just kind of like this like little amused smile about his face. It's just like watching.
Hi everybody. I hear this place is pretty exciting lately. As I walk up, I just kind of look over at Paeg and I'm like, I'm gonna try some jokes too.
Oh, I'm gonna sit next to Alvyn and cringe this whole time, being like, I've never been more nervous to act before ever.
You're already hilarious, but for the wrong reasons.
So after he bumbles his way awkwardly through a couple things, there's like...
Make a performance
It
check.
just kind of ends on like, what's the deal with magic carpet food?
And make a performance check for me.
Let's see. It's not gonna be good.
For whatever reason, you have people in stitches. They are laughing.
Magic carpet.
Valens is like, stop, I can't breathe, it hurts.
Okay. With that, I will.
you definitely warmed him up.
So, it's time for the main event, and I pull out 3 stones. And I cast magic stone. They all start glowing like a greenish color, and I'm just gonna juggle.
Oh my goodness.
Make another perform check.
Oh, are we doing perform?
This is performance. It's a show. It's.
Oh boy.
I'd say. You know what? Never mind. It's too good. Just, completely unrelated out of curiosity. Magic Stone does 1d6 plus 1 damage, right?
It's 1d6 plus 1. Can I be ready to try to intercept one of these if it's gonna hit someone?
I'll have Mage Hand ready too. We'll just.
Really hoping I could use a dexterity skill for this.
Oh my gosh.
I can't even believe that
What
one
has
that
changed?
one.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, you know what? Dexterity makes sense, but it doesn't matter. Nat 1 is a nat 1.
So shit.
This is too good. This is too good. I was even hoping that the jokes would be a crit and it would be like hilarious, and then this on top of that is just too much.
So it's 1d6 plus 1.
Okay.
Across it.
All right, Grott, you toss up the first magic stone and instantly realize you have no idea how to juggle. But you try anyway, and that first stone lands and hits you squarely on the top of the head, deals 4 points of damage to you.
Ouch.
And the entire room starts laughing again because they all think it's part of the joke.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you know what? Why disappoint? I'm gonna call it there. We're gonna go on like a, I don't know, the Tom and Jerry routine.
Like, peace out. Meanwhile, like, Peg's like fumbling with like her
Frantically
spells,
preparing
like,
spells.
oh goodness, oh please let it be good.
no,
Oh
we-
goodness, oh
oh.
please let it be good.
Your video's coming back, I think.
Yep, my internet cut out for a split second.
Okay. Okay.
Alright, I'm casting
Grott
Illusion of Calm on
Takes a
myself.
seat with a pretty decent knot on the top of his
Where I
head
expected that to go.
and a pretty good headache.
Oh man.
Drop the pig.
Thank you, everyone, for, yeah.
The comedy routine.
That's amazing. Thank you, Grott. That was incredible. Oh, no, your video's gone. Do we need to reload?
I can try reloading again.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
can hear you.
Okay.
You're through Discord.
Oh, I can see you.
Yep, there you are.
You can hear me? Okay.
There you be.
I don't see you guys, but...
Oh, I can see you.
We're back. Can you see us yet?
No.
I'll try reloading again.
Reload.
See if that does it.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be a game of Pathfinder without some technical bugs, huh?
Yeah, right? Sure. Alright, I can see it now.
Okay.
Okay, for my first trick, I need a volunteer. I will look to the little girl if she would like to be a volunteer.
She's just like, at this point, just like hugging Alec.
Oh,
Just like holding him and just like looking kind of like wide-eyed, like, what are you going to do next?
it is a simple magic trick. Would you like to come up? You can bring Alec with you! Everybody!
And the older woman who's been
Give her
like
a hand.
sitting with the girl's like, go ahead. And she stands up and she kind of walks
What
forward.
is your name, little girl that we have talked to?
My name's Ionia.
Ionia.
Yeah.
How's that spelled? Is that how I would think Ionia would be spelled?
Ionnia.
Oh, okay, so it's different Ionia. Okay.
Okay.
Ionia Barda. As she kind
Ionia.
of gains a little bit of confidence.
Barda.
Was Bard the name of the sword guy?
No, Bardane's.
Barda.
Similar, but not the same.
Okay.
I've cast my illusion of calm, so I'm gonna go ahead and pet Alec and change him to purple with prestidigitation, as if nothing is being cast. Alright, this next spell, trick, not spell. You have an aura. Something has connected you to this place. Destiny? Right? Go ahead and choose a card.
Oh,
And show it to the crowd.
Okay.
Then put it on the table. And I will... Oh yeah, what card does she draw? I've written down the cards that has been drawn. Alvyn had talons. Grott had the fool.
Turns out that was a better.
Turns out both of those are shockingly accurate.
I know! Nuts.
Oh, wow, it's almost like there's some hand guiding the flow and ebb and flow of this world.
8. Destiny? What does she
cat.
get? A cat.
She will pull... She will pull the moon.
The moon. Interesting. Go ahead and show it and put it down on the table. And
Okay.
I will start shuffling the cards, but
Okay.
cast an arcane and mark on her card.
Yep.
I do not know if any of you here believe in the guardians of our world, but there has been rumors that you can ask them for help and they will guide you and can grant you special abilities. I call upon our greatest ancestors, the Watchers, the mighty dragons in the sky. Find this card, and I'll start doing the dancing lights.
Okay.
I will cue ghost sound.
Okay, what sound are you creating?
Like kind of spirit-like sounds, but not like spooky spirit-like sounds.
Not eerie, more like a choir of angels instead of spooky.
Exactly.
Oh, we've changed the trick.
Okay. So yeah, see, they're all
I'm playing it to the audience.
They're all leaning forward, like, oh, as there's this kind of just faint, like celestial sounding, like, oh, kind of as these lights dance around cards.
And then I will also cast Prestidigitation and cause the cards to start levitating and swirling around.
Okay.
Excellent.
The cards start to move with the lights spinning around,
And then I will cast Mage Hand to pluck her card up.
You see
And I will drop the other cards immediately.
One card stops and the others drop instantly, and this card floats up and shows itself to be the moon.
Is this your card?
Uh-huh.
Ta-da!
Oh, there's give a performance check.
Oh! Dang it.
Oh no.
We did so well!
I'm helping.
Yeah.
That lower the. I think I only have. I might have put in another thing for it. Let me check.
Probably should if you want to keep doing magic shots.
I don't know. Oh, it's a 0. It's just 14.
That's better than negative.
It is better than negative.
But you have someone helping, so that's a +2.
Yay.
Yeah, they clap and they're like, whoa, whoa, and the little girl's like, whoa, that was so cool, and she's just like constantly just like hugging Alec.
Go ahead and have a seat, Ionia. Thank you for your help. Everyone give her a big round of applause.
And she gets back to the seat, and the older woman is like, that was really good, like, and she kind of smiles a little, like, shyly.
Alright, for my final trick. This one is more of a story, but I use magic to tell this story. See, there was a girl, and I kind of point at Ionia. There used to be a girl. I don't know if you've heard of this story of how she became one of the great guardians, one of the dragons that watches over our world, which this is made up crap. This has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It is an old legendary tale, and I'm going to conjure unseen because it's illusion of calm. Prestidigitation, some purple dust, and I will have my unseen servant come out, and I will poof the dust, and it will land all over it.
Nice.
And
Okay.
it is a purple, dusty.
You see the purple, like, silhouette of a human figure.
See this?
Humanish.
This girl tricked
Humanoid.
one of the dragons. She would go to the dragons every morning and tell the dragon how wonderful they were and how she wished that she could be like them. And the dragons laughed at her. And then I go ahead and I conjure with silent image a giant red dragon.
Okay. There's a, like, like they're kind of like, whoa, they're pretty and rapt. You have their rapt attention.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and make a performance check.
Already? Okay, alright,
Yeah.
let's see how well I'm doing.
This is a good juncture to make this. Okay.
Okay.
You have their attention.
Alright. And she would come, and I will have, like, the unseen servant, like, come and, like, kneel down before the dragon as I'm telling the story, and the dragon, like, laughing at her. And finally she came, and she, instead of complimenting the dragon, she decided to trick the dragon. She told the dragon that there was a scale on its back of its neck that was slightly less perfect than the other ones. And this dragon wanted to know and wanted to see it and fix it and make it better. So she told the dragon, well, if we switch places, then you can fix it. Not a problem. The dragon did so and have, like, the purple change into the dragon and then the red, like, precipitation, have, like, red powder clay go over the person.
Okay.
And they switched. And it wasn't until after they switched that the dragon realized their mistake. And so that is how a little girl became a dragon. And she laughed and she lives on as an amazing guardian. That is my story! I made that up. Oh, goodness.
Okay. They kind of clap and they kind of smile. The adults kind of smile because they, you know, it's a story to them. But the little girl seems like, oh, wow, like she's really taken with the story.
Cool. And I'll have the unseen servant go and, like, sit next to Ionia and then disappear.
She kind of, like, reaches out a hand to it to kind of, like, touch it. And then it poofs. And there's
clapping. And I'll go sit down next to Grott and Alvyn.
There's heartfelt clapping from the 5 audience members. Oh, that...
Alvyn, I don't know about that one. I might have to... I don't know. I'm getting better at this magic stuff. I just don't know how to use it.
We can workshop it a bit. I'm sure.
That would be really helpful, yes. I think we should definitely do that.
I'm pretty good at telling stories myself.
You are? Well,
and we work together at times.
Why don't you get up there? Grott did something, I did something, you do something.
Alright, fine. He'll push himself up with his arrow.
Introducing the incredible Alvyn! Fantastic!
Prefer Magnificent, actually.
Oh, the Magnificent? What? Yes, that one!
You have their attention.
Greetings all. Quick question for you. Who here has ever heard of the Great White Whale of the North?
Everyone just kind of
Grott's
looks around like,
I've heard of a dolphin.
Grott is like, huh, dolphins are whales.
Jordan, are you still there?
Could you pull up the world map real quick for my benefit?
I can.
Jordan's just muted.
Oh, Jordan, you're muted.
Jordan, are you peeing? What are you doing?
What was that about taking the piss? We didn't think that meant literally. Yeah, I can swap you over.
Jordan? Maybe he fell asleep.
Grott opens his mouth.
A second.
Oh, there you are!
Oh, there you are.
Alright, what's going on? Let's go.
Alvin's going to perform.
What happened?
I heard the whale.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
We made a joke that said, like, that, what did you say? That's Grott, like, Grott knows about dolphins.
Grott knows about dolphins.
And then I said, oh yeah, Grott is thinking, huh, dolphins are whales?
True. I'm thinking. I mean, I know porpoises. Is that? I've talked to a lot of porpoises. Anyway.
Oh, man. So who here's heard of the Great White Whale of the North?
Everyone kind of looks around and just kind of shake their heads.
Didn't think so. It's not exactly a story many people can tell you. I was a sailor for a while. Saw a lot of fantastic things, but nothing really came quite up to the magnificence of that great beast. We were in the water, between the gauntlet of Teal and Zolba. And we had heard tell of the beast, but never actually met anyone who had run into it firsthand. Any of you know much about whales?
No, but please be careful, because in the other campaign we are literally right there right now.
I couldn't hear that. What was that?
In the other campaign that I'm running, they are currently on a merchant. They're on a merchant marine vessel in the middle of the Storm Strait right now.
So be careful what you make this thing.
I have had this story laid out for a while.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm enraptured.
Firmly put on my GM smile here.
So, any of you know much about whales?
I raised my hand.
Sure, Grott, go ahead.
Here, give me just a second. I'm gonna roll for it.
Yeah.
How much do I know? Well, you've been critting both sides tonight. So.
Yeah,
Well, one side more than the other.
I know.
Oh, I guess this is one of the good ones.
Good, that's a good one.
You are familiar with whales.
Well, I knew this whale named Gerblob up by Grand Tier, and he told me some interesting things. Apparently, whales have to breathe. Did you know that?
That's right. Whales do have to breathe.
Also,
They can't think. Oh, go ahead.
I didn't know this. Apparently, you think they eat really big stuff. Some of them do. But a lot of them eat little tiny things. They just eat a lot of them. My whale buddy, he said that he could swim all the way from where we were in Brantier to the Storm Strait in 3 weeks.
That's quite impressive.
Yeah, he did it every year.
That's really impressive, actually. But no, you hit the nail right on the head there. Whales have to breathe. Because they have to breathe, that means they have to come to the surface. So there we were on our trading vessel, making our way from Weston to Brightcliff. And clear skies, smooth waters, really a peaceful day. I was out on deck, just kind of taking in the fresh sea air. And suddenly I noticed a shadow underneath the boat. And it moved from one side to the other. So I followed it across. It was absolutely massive, probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 times the length of the ship itself. And then it disappeared and I didn't really think much of it. Until a few moments later when I saw it making its way back. And then all of a sudden, I can't even explain it, this giant white just pillar of creature rises up out of the water. Tall as maybe, well, like I said, 6, 7 ships out long. Looked like it was about to come right down on top of us. But that's what whales do when they need to breathe. They come up out of the water so that they can get as much air as they need before they go back down. Looked like it was going to come down right on top of us. We were all scrambling for the back of the ship so we didn't get crushed. Just narrowly missed it. Actually took off the jibboom on the front of the ship. Made the rest of the voyage a little bit more difficult. Whole ship rocked. Massive swell of water. We had to bail for a solid 10 minutes because water had come up over the side of the ship and started to flood us and drag us down. Didn't really get to see much more of the beast, but yeah, it went back down deep after that. Never seen anything like it. And I think the reason most people probably can't tell the story is because it actually lands on their boats. I was a lucky soul myself. Never a more magnificent creature did I ever see.
Performance check. Yeah, everyone's just kind of like, it's less of clapping and more of just like silent, maybe like awe would be the right word. Just like, whoa, thinking about it's almost like you can see and feel that everyone is thinking about what a creature that size would look like trying to comprehend how big that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then after a while, they just kind of like shake their heads as they just give up trying to picture that kind of size, and they just. And Balance is, I think that's one of the best sailing stories I've ever heard.
Thank you.
And everyone else is kind of nodding their agreements.
I'm gonna say to Alvyn,
As I head back to my
yeah,
bedroom.
we should maybe make that the story. I could use some imagery to have your ship, like swimming or
Swimming.
whatever.
Whatever ships do.
Ships
Not exactly sure if ships swim.
gliding is what I was trying to say. Lost in translation. This is not my first language. And then we could have the whale come up. What was the name of this whale? It's a magical or wonderful beast.
Well, it's just referred to it as the Great White Whale of the North.
It's a great white whale of the north.
DM, you're welcome for that.
You what?
I said you're welcome.
DM, you're welcome for that.
Oh, the wonderful thing about Pathfinder is there's actually already a sheet for that.
Is there actually?
There actually is.
Oh no, you guys got on a boat, didn't you? Oh, you're screwed.
We're on a boat. We are currently
Well,
in
out
the
of
street.
curiosity, what's the timeline between this and that other campaign?
The same days.
The same days. Okay.
You're in the same
We're on
time.
the 19th
They are
of rain,
currently. No, you're on the 20-something.
No, that's in the other campaign.
Hey, you know, Jess, I would take very careful back to Zach.
On the
That
20th
one,
or something.
giant whale.
20-something.
He's probably also seen the Kraken one and the octopus people.
Oh, definitely. I just want to throw it out there. Great White Whale has a stat block, and it's a CR14. So
It's the 20th of Rain's Hand. 21st.
it is not.
21st.
It is not.
Uh-huh.
That's when you board the ship.
Yep. And then
It's been
2 days.
2 days,
So
and then you're on the next day, which is the 23rd.
What day is it?
It is currently the
18th of Rain's Hand.
The 18th of Rain's Hand. The other group is a few days ahead of you.
Yeah, well,
timeline-wise.
my character just took down like a CR9 single-handedly. Not single-handedly, but I
No, you
trapped it.
paralyzed it basically while everyone wailed away on it for like 7 turns.
Oh, man.
Whale.
Whale.
Wailed. Yeah, we're a level 4.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that great white whale actually has a special attack called Capsize and another one called Smashing Breach.
it could happen.
It's incredible. I did not know
Thanks,
this.
Oh, yeah.
Noah.
Yeah, no. I found that little gem. I found that little gem when I was looking for an encounter for them in the Storm Strait, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna make a note of that. Gonna remember that.
Something like capsize. Is the attack just like? Is it in the notes that you just hand all your players a new character sheet? Like, is that part of the attack? It's also psychological.
Take a move action. The whale is going to smash your boat and also give you new character sheets that are blank.
So we got on it on the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
The 21st we worked.
Yep.
And at the end of the 21st was there the storm?
Nope.
Or it was the 22nd?
End of the 22nd.
Got
You
it.
worked on the 22nd as well.
Does
And that's when you saw the yes. That's when you saw this. Yes.
200 claw damage.
Right.
Okay.
So should we go to this priest?
We should probably go to the priest.
Paeg is feeling much better, and she'll let Alec kind of hang on her shoulder. And would you? I mean, I got the tattoo from that encounter. Would you guys prefer a tattoo of any sort, of any kind? I can do it. It'll last for 30 days.
Let me think about the specifics of that real quick.
I gotta drop the karate off and try to kill my throat.
Aw.
I'm
Grott?
very glad I chose a very kind of just soft sounding.
Vocally gentle.
Yeah.
That was very smart.
He also doesn't
You
say too
need, you
much.
need some like warm honey water or something.
I will say though, I've noticed a side effect from having these sessions where like this accent tries to hang on for a day after.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like you speak in that, yeah.
Hey, so
Certain words that I say, like certain spells, I have to like, it's in that person's voice. It's in that, and I'm just like, oh, like, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. I can't think of any right now because I'm in this one, but yeah. Totally do that.
so now that with the conclusion of your show, your performances, we had comedy and magic and storytelling. It's a variety show now.
It was a variety show.
Um,
You're hired too. I don't know if we established that, but you are hired.
Can I, as the player, just express one slight disappointment?
what?
I masked an incredibly vague reference and not even Jordan got it.
What was it?
I said, have any of you heard of the Great White Whale of the North?
I
It's
mean,
not a story many could tell you.
Is it
Is it
from?
Moby Dick or is it?
Moby Dick?
No. Replace the entire subject matter and just look at how that sentence is structured. Have you ever heard of X? I thought not. It's not a story X could tell you.
Oh, is that? Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought not.
I thought it's not a story that Jedi would tell you.
That was good.
Is it possible to learn this power? Not from a porpoise.
Wow.
Okay, with the conclusion of your show, the people kind of now fully awake and more active. Upon hearing you say healer, the younger man who's now awake, yes, let's go to the healer. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to give us service.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Fast travel.
Okay, you wend your way through the streets. A few things. The younger man, now that everyone is like conscious and not on the verge of starvation, and has some energy, you actually, all three of you give me sense motive checks. Real consistent there, Alvin.
I don't know what's happening.
I mean, hey, you're consistent. You're consistent on the plus side, not on the bad side. So that's good. You're closer to green.
Yeah, because I've been pretty consistent throughout this.
Here, do you want to see what my consistency has been today? I'm gonna roll right now.
Oh, hey, look at that.
It's one
You're
or
either
the other.
yeah, you're either all one way or all the other. It's like there's no in between.
Yeah.
All right.
How much do all the weapons weigh?
Quite a bit.
Okay.
The great axe, for sure, is quite heavy. The axes altogether are like let me.
I'll do all the math later. It's fine.
Yeah, so it's a substantial amount of weight. If you're carrying a great axe, 4 throwing axes, a longsword, and a dagger, and a chain shirt. The chain shirt's actually the heaviest part. I believe chain shirts are like 30 pounds. Paeg,
Would you like help me carry some of the stuff?
Do you want help?
I need help.
Let me rephrase that. I need you to help.
Mage hand.
Okay.
5 pounds.
You're going to
plus.
pick up the dagger.
No, the
Are we
dagger
planning on
wasn't.
selling it, or?
Nothing else.
Well, we're carrying it right now, so.
Okay.
I
I
want
might
the
actually
bag.
take that dagger.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You know, I need all the help I can get.
Okay.
As far as actually getting something.
I mean, you use a
I'll take
sword
the dagger out
to
of my inventory. Go ahead and put it in yours.
add 1 masterwork dagger to your inventory.
Sweet.
It's a shame none of us are going to be using the longsword because I have a feeling that's masterwork as well.
Tis.
Can I? Can I?
I very much doubt it. What's your strength score, out of curiosity?
Shh, doesn't matter.
I could probably use the masterwork dagger.
Yeah, she could. Dagger is a simple weapon. I believe longsword might be martial.
I can use a longsword.
You can?
Proficient in longsword.
Proficient in longsword. Okay. You could technically use
Wait,
it.
you can.
You would not.
You mean you can longsword?
I have. It says proficiency in longsword.
Wow.
Must be a simple weapon.
A longsword is a martial.
Says
I thought it was martial.
Says longsword right there. Raise spells, touch spells,
Huh.
slash weapon, unarmed strike, club, heavy, crossbow.
Longsword.
We still haven't gotten that gold.
He actually wouldn't be awful.
I'm gonna take this sword if anybody has opposed.
Take it, please.
I have no melee
That's less weight
weapons.
in my pack.
I have no melee weapons.
Yes,
So.
you have a masterwork longsword.
How do I attach this? Did she have a belt of some sort?
There's no.
Sheath?
No. The sword wasn't on the woman. The sword was in the room. So there is no
Oh,
belt
is
attached to
there
it.
a
It has a
scabbard?
sheath. It has a sheath, not a scabbard.
Does it have a belt?
No, but you could attach it
You'll
to your
probably need to
belt.
buy a frog.
What?
You'll probably need to buy a frog.
A frog?
It's like a
There's gotta
little
be some. I'll get you one.
harness.
I'll just.
Do you know what I mean by a frog?
I do.
I know,
Big rock.
but I didn't know it was called a frog.
A frog is like a kind of belt harness that goes across one shoulder and then around your waist, and it has a single loop that you can fit a sheath into.
That's cool. I will wrap it with my belt, I guess, since I have
You can hold it for now.
belts. The whole time while I'm walking? That's gonna hurt my arm after a while. Have you ever held a sword all day?
You're not holding it all day. You're
Mage
just walking.
hand.
Okay.
Holding it.
Regardless,
Alright.
inventory management aside,
Is this just a normal great axe?
it is not masterwork.
Okay, what's
That weighs
it?
12 pounds. How much does the box with all the coinage in it weigh? And are the hatchets?
They are throwing axes.
I'm throwing axes.
And I have one dagger.
I'm gonna say the box with the coins and the piece of parchment and the vial of something is we'll say 8 seems right. 8 pounds. There's a significant amount of coins in there.
8 pounds? Okay.
Most of it copper, but there's a significant amount of coins in there.
Alright, well I'm under heavy load.
Okay.
No, wait, no, I have a heavy load, but I'm not over my max.
Got it.
You know what, Alvin? We should find one of those like really magical bags that help you hold stuff.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. The heels are pretty spendy though.
Well, I mean, we could work up to it, maybe.
True.
Okay. So with those sense motive checks, Paeg, you're pretty invested in your surroundings and this new claimed sword. Never really handled a sword before, so you're like, This is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Alvyn and Grott. These are just some things that you can glean from these 5 people. The younger man, walks with like an air of authority, but less authority and more, maybe more entitlement is the better sense, better word. He's
entitlement or cockiness?
Maybe perhaps a mixture of both.
Mm-hmm.
The older woman, is staying very.
Could you carry the strange shirt? I can't. I don't have the capacity.
I'm not a very strong person.
It's 20. Can you afford an extra 25 pounds of weight?
We might have to leave.
How about a throwing axe? A singular throwing axe. Could you carry a singular throwing axe?
Yeah, I can do that.
It weighs 2 pounds at a throwing axe.
You have a throwing axe.
Proficiencies have armor.
I'm at 111 and a half.
You are not proficient with armor. Yeah, that would have that in there.
Zach,
what?
I'm at 111 and a half pounds out of 112.
This is like, oh man, this is like Skyrim, Fallout, all the other RPGs that have weight in it. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna drop this 1 potion bottle and now I can walk again.
Exactly.
You go in your inventory and like, oh wait, what crap? Food. I'll just eat this food. Just chow down on a ton of food and get rid of my weight.
Is our hotel, or not hotel, is our inn on the way?
Is not. Your inn is I'll mark it.
Oh, okay.
Mark it in green. Right there.
Alrighty.
And you guys are heading over here. It would be on the way back. It depends on what route you're wanting to take. A direct route, it wouldn't be on the way. But you could, I suppose, loop down if you follow the main road.
I was thinking, because, hold on, we're in, like, kind of this region, right?
More up here.
Oh, more up there. Because I was thinking we could probably kind of just follow this road around. Like that?
Okay. Yeah, you can follow the main road.
Nice.
Okay.
At which point, when we stop by the inn, I'm going to go into our room and dump some stuff off.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I get in there. I won't hide you unless you want to be hidden. I don't think we can carry that thing up the window this time.
Yeah, no. I'm just walking through the front door.
Alright,
you can take the axe off of your inventory.
I mean, unless you want to have it.
Yeah, unless you want. I'm just taking it out.
Alec, if you would like to stay here and sleep, you can stay.
You get the feeling of concern.
We're just going to a healer, and then we are coming right back here, right, guys? We're not going anywhere else and going into sewers?
Correct. Yeah.
Alec, you can still feel me. You'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Reluctance.
You stay here.
Reluctant affirmation.
Make sure that no one breaks in, okay?
Affirmation.
Good boy, Alec! Prestidigitation.
I'm back to a comfy 18 pounds.
Oh, that's so nice.
Okay.
I will leave my sword there.
Okay.
And
so yeah, by the way, I'm in my completely grime-covered, rent leather armor.
I mean, yeah, all of you guys are still pretty nasty.
As we're in the room, I'd say, Grott, Alvyn, do you guys want a little bit of cleaning? I look pristine.
I feel alright.
Grott,
I can actually use quite a bit of cleaning.
your boots are pretty smelly, Grott.
You're gonna get a knock on your door.
Shh! Everybody, quiet. Crap. Go stand by the bed. Get on the bed. Get on the bed.
I'm gonna use silent image to make the bed just like 2 feet higher as if they lay on it.
Okay.
So that they're like hidden.
I'm just behind in the bed.
Okay.
Wait, you can't use prestidigitation for that.
No, I said silent image.
Oh, silent image. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will open the door.
Okay. It's Valens.
Oh, hi, Valens.
They didn't come up with.
Oh, right.
It's your
Oh,
room.
sorry. This is my room.
Yeah. Look. The lordling's getting a little impatient, and I think the innkeeper mentioned something about overdue on your room. Are you guys almost done?
Yes, I'll go ahead and get rid of the silent.
Wait, what do you like?
The Canis Sylvian, the younger man,
I'm gonna poke my head over there. Who's that?
son of Lord Sylvian. Oh, you folks.
Don't ring a bell.
Well, I'll explain it later. We better hurry up though.
Okay, we'll be right there. I'll go ahead and prestidigitation on Grott's boots, or if he's barefoot, his feet.
No, definitely boots.
And I'll clean up any little grime that might be on your back or sweat or something that's like on your clothes.
Sweat.
And to Alvyn,
My entire self.
she's just gonna like go slowly right around you, and it's just gonna like
Can you get the hammer as well?
materialize off and just make a puddle on the floor. And yeah, she'll get the hammer, and then she'll open the window and just make sure no one's down there, and then just dump all of it out of the window.
You hit a cat.
Great.
That's pretty typical stuff, right? Like that's what they do.
Yeah, so yeah.
Feel much better now, thank you.
You look much better, and I'll ruffle your hair, and it'll.
There is still a very clean cut through the center of this leather chest piece.
Yeah.
But I'm totally fine with that. So.
I change your hair blue.
Was it blue the first time we saw him?
Blue. Yeah, it was.
When
yeah.
you saw Grott, yeah.
Okay.
And not Grott.
No.
Oh,
the
no.
priest. Yeah.
Oh, the priest.
When we
Yeah,
saw-
yeah, it would have been.
And I'll
Nice.
change mine to red, and then go downstairs and pay the bill, and then we can go. How much is the bill?
2 silver.
Great. I have 2 silver.
Okay. When you get down there, the younger man is, finally, can we go, please?
What was your name, Lordling?
Lordling. My name is Canis.
Canis, as in...
Canus.
C-A-N-U-S.
Yes. Correct.
Canis what?
Canis Sylvian.
How do you spell that one?
Yeah, you're just gonna have to put all the... Anytime there's a name, so unless you want us to butcher it. Okay, yeah, I butchered it. Okay.
As in Lord Sylvian? People don't know anything. Can we just go? I'm tired of looking like a beggar. I'd like to get healed and go home.
Don't look at gift horse in the math chat, let's get on.
I don't think anybody can recognize you, probably. It's okay.
I sure hope not.
I'm gonna get you back to Lord Sullivan here real quick.
You're what?
We'll get you back to Lord Sullivan here right quick.
Sylvian.
Sullivan.
Hi, that's what I said.
Wait, so what does a lord do?
They lord it over others.
There's the money people.
What does
that mean?
He's like
They're
pointedly.
better than all of us.
He's like pointedly ignoring your conversation.
I'm not talking to Alvin.
Oh, you're
Oh,
talking to
No, I'm talking to.
Canis.
If he's gonna answer me, I'll talk to him.
Yeah, no, he's pointedly ignoring your conversation.
Okay,
Everyone's
then
legitimately asking questions, and I'm just getting snarky responses back.
wait. So, hey, but what does the Lord do? Do they have a lot of money?
He left. Do they have? My father is incredibly wealthy.
Come on, let's put it this way.
How much
Most
paper
of
can you
someone
buy?
they don't actually have to do anything.
Papers.
How many papers can you buy?
He doesn't trade in paper. I mean, I suppose. I don't know what his ships deal
Wait.
in.
Wait, do people trade paper for other paper? What do you mean trade in paper?
People trade paper for coins. He's a merchant. He's a lord of a merchant company.
Wait, so
You really
What
don't
is-
know anything about this city, do you?
well, I'm trying to figure it out. So wait, does he give people paper? Just like a lot of people?
No, people pay him to ship things.
Oh, it's like a service thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're not too bright, are you?
Hold on.
I try.
Follow the Trade Confederation.
What?
Trade Confederation.
I should follow with the Trade Confederation. Is there a Trade Confederation?
No.
Okay.
There are merchant guilds, which would be more. That would be more of like a city side thing. Like a merchant guild would be a few merchants who have some goods and team up to, like, basically try to have a controlling share of whatever industry sector they work in.
Have I heard the name Sylvian?
Knowledge local. Or knowledge nobility if you want.
They are the same modifier of 0.
Oh.
You have not?
But he did say something about not being so bright, right, to Grott?
You did.
Oh, okay.
Would you like us to escort you back to your home?
I've got something to say.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'll just kind of look at him. I'll be like,
Oh wait, I'm sensing
"Oh,
I'm positive.
sorry, I'm kind of new to this whole money thing. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me why people would waste all their time trying to make a bunch of coins when they could just make things that they want. I don't know. It just seems like a waste of talent to me.
Well, let me ask you this. Grott, you said your name was? Can you make a sword? Can you make a ship? What about magical artifacts? Can you build a house? Can you build a city?
I mean, I never really wanted to build a city.
What about food?
I tried building my first house a couple years ago, and it worked okay.
Can you
But I
make...
never could get the roof quite level. I had to ask my dad for help, but he figured it out. I built this sword though.
The fact of the matter is that you cannot make all of the things that you want. So other people
actually,
need to make them for you.
I was doing just fine.
And he just like looks at Alvin and you, Paeg,
Yeah.
and just like, you may need to teach your friend about how the world works.
So, Canis, your name was?
Yes.
Let's get to this priest, let's get you all healed up. And then you and I can have a chat. I don't know what's happening.
Do you want us to escort you back to your place?
Oh, I think we must, out of the kindness of our hearts. I mean, he is a lordling after all.
Yeah, Lord Anus. I mean, Canis.
He bristles. He bristles and his face goes red.
I apologize. Slip of the tongue.
And he just lead the way.
That's all we're doing right now.
Okay.
She'll snicker with Alvin. Anus.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Been where it hurts.
I know.
We're not gonna dig too deep into that.
I mean, you guys want to make fun of my NPC names? That's fine. That's fine.
It's the same.
Next time you guys are on a ship and you hear the story about the great white whale of the north, I mean, you might get a bit closer experience than you wanted.
Oh dear.
Let's see, you guys, 3 of you, all at level 2, which puts an APL of about 1.
Are we all going in?
Have we reached the temple yet?
Yeah, are we all going in? Let's all go in. I open the doors with mage hand.
Before we go in, I'm going to turn to everyone and be like, alright, when we go in, keep quiet. They don't like noise.
As silent as a fart.
If you feel the need to say something, whisper it. Don't say it loud.
What if we feel the need to say a lot of things?
Trim it down a bit.
I'll try.
You almost made Jess choke on water.
I just because I know Jordan just. I imagine him like bending down this huge half
Super, like really.
What if we have to say a lot of things?
I also just like whenever anyone whispers, he immediately starts whispering.
So you enter the temple. Again, the doors are open. You enter in. One of the people, one of the what's the word
Orderlies,
I want to use? Yeah, I'd say
Patrons,
lower priests. One of the people in the white robes. One of them notices you and comes over. Is there something you need? Are you in need of aid?
Yeah, we're all in pretty bad shape, as you can see, and I kind of gesture to the hole in my chest.
I can. Yes, please, quickly follow me.
Is Marius here? He and I have an agreement.
I'll find him. But please, just follow me, and they'll.
We'll do.
We'll say it's a woman. We'll lead you back to the same back corner of the temple that you went to previously. Open the door and kind of like usher you through into the small infirmary-looking room. Please sit down. I'll find Priest Marius.
Thank you.
Is this where they were going to sacrifice you, Alvyn?
Not going to sacrifice me?
I don't know.
Yet.
Grott looks kind of very worried.
I mean...
Do I notice anything different in here since the last time I was here?
Blood splatters.
No. Smell of
A distinct lack of Marius.
a distinct smell of bleach.
There's just a sign with a 7-pointed star where the paint stained glass painting used to be that says under new management.
You hear someone whispering faintly, it puts the lotion on its skin. Or it gets the hose again. From Silence of the Lambs. At least I think, if I remember that right. Okay. So the woman will return with the priest, Marius Lusala, and he enters the room, and he looks around and like a little bit of slightest bit of alarm and like concern for these people, and then he sees you, Alvyn, and his eyebrow raises, and he just gets this stern look that is 100% like, I just passed you up. You have no right to be here in this state. And he just looks at your chest wound. I take it another cart hit you.
Do you know how big the rats in the sewer
No, but I have a feeling that you do now.
Not very big, actually. An axe said this to me.
Yeah, I can see that. I suppose you'll be wanting healing again.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt. It would definitely speed along the process of finding your boat. I've got help here, and I'll gesture to Grott and Paeg, but honestly, these 5 are probably in more need than we are.
And he looks down.
No, Alvin definitely needs it. I think I would be willing to pay for it if that is necessary.
We still just get the money.
How much for healing?
Hold on.
We are helping you out, after all.
For the fact that we haven't done anything yet. Think of the future benefits.
These chaps are actually locked up in the sewer with freedom.
One of them's even the Lordling.
Is this true? And they'll like look
Genius.
around at the other.
Of course it's true.
Tell
Have
them.
I ever lied to you?
Yes. Yes, you have.
Have I ever lied to you twice?
Yes.
On 2 separate occasions?
Well, we haven't met each other for that long.
Well, now I have.
Valens is gonna step up. Yes, they did. Rescued us from the jackals. They were holding us.
While the priest's attention is a little bit turned, I'm gonna lean down to Alvin and be like, "You got hit by a cart."
When did that
It's a little joke we got between us, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
You still haven't seen that episode, have you?
No, I saw the part where you told them.
No. The first episode.
The
No.
very beginning, the first session. How we got these scars. Wanna know how I got these
I wanna
scars?
know how I got these scars.
I got run over by a cart.
That's so good. I got run over by a car.
Very well. Very well. Let me. Pull up this. Sorry guys, just one moment. I need to look up this spell.
No issue.
What spell are you looking up?
A spell.
Oh.
A death. Power kill for
Now I gotta get a drone of truth again.
Fireball.
fireball. Yeah, right.
It turns out the god of healing, light, love, and murdering of strangers on site.
Alvin, just checking. I gave you the 5 copper pieces that we looted from the playing card people, right?
I thought it was only 3. Was it 5?
Wait, what?
The playing cards on the table in the middle of combat was 5 copper.
Okay, I will add 2 more because I added 3.
Okay.
What? Oh, looted. Yes. Okay.
Loot.
I remember that. That was before everybody almost died, so.
That was right before everybody almost died.
I mean, you could say right before I almost got ever killed.
Except not for yourself.
Well,
But
I did walk in there, so.
that would be ignoring the fact that Malik has a lot more hit points. So.
I still don't have as many hit points as Alvin had. And I'm now level 2.
Saying, not everybody almost got killed. Malik took a couple pretty good hits well.
Yes.
Otherwise, everybody almost died. But
Oh, so
you know,
Noah, I want to make sure when you rage, are you angry or is it more of a like what do you look like? I guess because I want to get that right because I was thinking that you were angry, but you're not. Is it the scared animal reaction thing?
Either a scared. You've seen me look two different ways.
Okay.
This time in the sewer where I was like slashed across the forehead, and the time in the first episode.
Yeah.
You saw cornered animal.
Gotcha.
The time that you didn't actually see because you were unconscious.
Was it the one where you bashed the person's head through though? Then I was trying to get you out of it. That was this one.
That was cornered animal.
Okay.
Yeah, the one where you were busy floating to your death in the Poop River.
Yes, exactly.
During
that one, that wasn't cornered animal. That was like animal on the hunt.
Gotcha. Okay. I just want to make sure that
you were unconscious.
Yeah,
to that, so you've only seen cornered animal.
So would fear be the right word for it?
I think the description I used before the session of extreme fight or flight response would be more accurate.
Extreme fight or flight response.
Okay. Got it.
So he's going to look at each of you, Alvyn, Paeg, and Grott. We can discuss payment later, though it does seem that you have indeed served the children of this world, and that is in line with Amriel's bidding. So I will, of course, heal them. Please gather together in front of me.
Ooh, getting close.
He pulls out.
Get all 8 of us in front of him.
All 8 of you.
Oh, cool.
All right.
He pulls out a. Oh, there's 8 of you, huh? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, it's 4 adults and the girl, right?
Yes. One of you
Plus the 3 of us.
will need to stand back.
Oh, except Grott doesn't need it.
Grott,
Grott
doesn't need it. You're so right. Grott, he's going to ask you to stand back. This spell can heal many, but it does not heal 8.
Seems like a bit of an odd line, but I'm not going to question it.
I'll allow that. No, I don't want any. Actually,
I love that the only damage you suffered is a stone that you tried to generate.
Self-inflicted.
The stone.
If only I had known that I could roll dexterity, it would have been at least a 3. 4.
Oh god.
Would not have changed the result.
Wicked grief.
What happens to us?
It's like, oh man, my brother juggles better than me too. So he's going to, as you kind of gather in front of him, he pulls a book, small book, leather bound, with some gold scroll work along the borders of it, and he holds it in his hands like this, and he closes his eyes, and you hear him start to mumble. Actually, you recognize what he's speaking in Celestial, and it's a prayer of healing to Amriel.
Okay.
And as he reaches the end of this spell, he glows like this faint aura of golden light from him and from the book, and he reaches out and just kind of pushes his hand towards you, and that kind of glow moves forward and envelops all of you, and you will all heal for 17 hit points.
Well, I only have 4.
Yeah.
I'm still not at max.
What?
I'm still not at max.
Dude.
Okay, well then, Mr. Braggy Pants, you go find, you go to Lordlet, whatever his name's house is, and you how many hit points and how much money you have. The rest of us will just go eke out a living, try not to get paper cuts.
16,
And
sorry.
never get a house.
16 hit points, not 17.
16, okay.
Um,
Wow.
I think that only affects me.
yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
How, out of curiosity, how close are you to max?
I am 20 out of 23.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so your gaping chest wound seals up to this thin, like, red line, like a basically would it be akin to like a cut with a knife, a shallow cut with a knife. And you see the bruises and cuts on the ex-hostages seal up and disappear. And you feel the wound that you took to your chest heal up and disappear entirely. And you feel even like muscle soreness and aches and pains like removed from your body.
Okay.
Thank you kindly.
And he puts the book back. It does not change the fact that these individuals are clearly malnourished.
We'll see to that, don't worry.
Well, I can deal with that. That's okay.
Very well. If you five would not mind enjoying the tranquility and peace of the hall, I would like to talk with these three.
Uh-oh.
And they will. And one of them, the older woman and Valens actually will like, thank you, priest, and they'll like give like a little bow to him, and they'll head out. And the older woman will come on, Ionia. And then she follows, and the other two leave as well.
We'll be right out.
Hey guys, have a lot.
I hate to have to do this. He like still holding the book. He casts into another prayer, which this is not a prayer of healing, but a prayer of what's the word? A prayer of seeking, of truth seeking. And I need all three of you to make will saves.
Do I recognize the words from the last time we did this?
Make a knowledge arcana check.
Oh my goodness, guys! What the heck?
It don't matter.
Why?
That's gonna tell the truth no matter what.
Grott's gonna tell you.
I'll roll my actual will save as well. Shit.
Alvin. Liar.
Okay.
Oh, I also get a plus. Oh, that's a +2, so it's a 19. I'm like super.
I like how probably the one who's the least likely to I roll die.
That's so true, yes. Gross the caretaker.
Did I recognize that this was the same thing that you did last time?
It definitely sounds familiar. And you see a familiar cone of light envelop all four of you.
Can I attempt to jump out of the way of it?
You can. You can. I mean, it doesn't hold you in place. It's an area that you can leave.
Surreptitiously.
I'm going to leave the area. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'll think better of it. I'll like make two and then like look at it again and just desire stay put.
Okay. It does pretty much fill this entire room.
Okay.
I need to... trying to think.
Do I feel this taking effect on me?
Yes. Yes, you certainly
I would
do.
like to like grab my leather, like the neck collar of my leather armor, and just shove it into my mouth and bite down.
Okay. So it's not a compulsion to talk, it's just a...
Oh, it's not.
You don't have to talk, it's just a whatever you say has to be the truth.
Okay, okay. Well, in that case, I'm not going to do that.
I'm pretty sure that... Grott for sure that beats his DC, and Paeg, I'm pretty sure that would beat his DC.
I beat his DC too, right?
Totally not.
Yeah, you made it jump right out of the way of it.
Okay. Huh? I'm sorry for this intrusion once again, but I have to be sure that you are telling the truth. Please tell me these people were actually rescued from the sewers. Is this correct?
These people were actually rescued from the sewers by us.
It was pretty messy. Both of these guys almost died.
Yep.
As far as I've been told, that's correct.
And why did you do this?
I mean, it sounded like they needed help.
Yeah?
We heard there were hogfishes.
Yeah, not to mention, I was trying to make some rat friends, but I didn't really find anybody.
And those are the only reasons that you have?
I wanted to use my magic more and become better at spell work. I'm sorry, is lying frowned upon here? I get the sense that you just tried to do something to make me be more inclined to tell the truth.
Well, apparently you resisted it. I prefer not to do something so distasteful, but your friend here has lied to me in the past, and I need to be sure.
I
need to be sure that I'm receiving the truth from you, so that the gifts of Amriel are not misplaced.
I did not get run over by a wagon earlier.
Well, at least it appears to have worked on him.
Alvyn, how old are you?
61 years of age.
Great.
Well, if your only reasons for helping these people was because they were in need of it, then I suppose this healing is not misplaced. We will continue with our agreement, Alvyn.
Oh yeah, we were gonna go on the boat.
Recover the supplies from the ship, and I will consider payment for your previous healing paid for. I implore you to stop falling in front of carts, as it were.
I'll try my best. No promises. Actually, can I use that? I don't think I can.
I don't think you could say that.
I'll like open my mouth to say something, and like nothing will come out.
Like burning on your tongue.
And he even kind of like smiles and nods. Just try to do it for the right reasons.
I will do my best not to get run over by carts.
How about try not to need healing so much?
Hey, that's a good idea.
I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. I don't think I can say that either.
There's too much of Alvyn in sarcasm.
Alright, sir, this is a no piss zone.
Yeah, this is a zone of no piss.
Multiple times through this, Alvin just opens his mouth and then shuts it.
And he kind of like gives this like small gesture towards Alvin and looks at Paeg and Grott as like to say like, this is why I had to do this.
You should. Can we? I need to learn how to do this.
This is really cool.
Well, you're free to.
I don't like this.
You're free to go.
Alvin, wait. Am I a good magician? Do you think that
Wait. Are we friends?
I think you're a grand magician.
Do you want to kill me?
I do not want to kill you.
There. That's fine. That's all that I really care about.
You're the best magician I've ever witnessed.
Even more than Grott's juggling with magical stones?
Girl, what was your question?
Are we friends? Well, I know we are, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Alright.
Didn't have to answer that.
Marius is just like kind of shaking his head with a bemused smile, and this.
I am glaring daggers at Marius right now.
He kind of gives you a smile that's like he's kind of enjoying that you're in the zone of truth and that it actually worked on you this time. And he ends the spell.
I have more questions for you.
You're
Really
free.
embarrassing ones.
I have other duties. Please find your way into the hall and enjoy the peace of the temple.
Thanks for the healing, mate.
Out in the hall,
Please.
I'm going to quiet. Oh, go ahead.
Please continue to help the people of this place.
We will.
Then he'll move off into a different room.
Alright. Let's head out to the hall.
Peg's gonna just be asking questions that are super embarrassing.
As in?
When was your last bowel movement? How many lovers have you had? How frequently? When was the last one? What about in the last 6 months? How many
I'm
diseases
just
have you?
ignoring you. That's
She was just pulling your leg. Why don't you answer me, Alvin? You were talking this up a storm in there.
Is everyone still there in the hall?
Yeah. So there is So as you exit the room, you see Canis is he's kind of like standing just kind of in the middle of the hall, looking around, a little bored looking.
I'll just motion to him and waving towards the door.
The Valens and the elderly woman are...
How is Valens spelled?
Valens.
And then what's his brother's name again?
Petrus.
And their last name is... Bardanes. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, so you see Valens and the elderly woman both in the... Like they are praying to one of the alcoves that are set on the sides of the hall. The young girl is kind of just like sitting at a bench near to the elderly woman, and the middle-aged woman is kind of sitting, hands in her lap, just kind of sitting, not saying anything, not really looking around, just sitting, kind of looking down at her hands in her lap.
Mm-hmm.
And that is where we'll leave off because, my goodness, it is midnight, past midnight. for us.
Midnight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know, Jordan. You and your. I can
3 a.m.
only imagine what your sleep schedule is, or lack of sleep schedule.
Actually, it's pretty decent. It's just this, like, tonight is always a little bit of a toss-up.
Well,
That was awesome.
thank you guys for another great session.
That was really good.
Yeah, it was a good time.
It is a lot of fun to have, and really refreshing to have players who want to actually interact with each other.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was having a really hard time in that zone of truth because I was like trying to respond, but I was like, nope, can't say that.
It's
No,
good.
can't say
It's
that.
good. That's the fun part of Zone of Truth.
That was epic.
Ah,
Yeah, that was super fun, guys.
That was
that was really
good.
good.
All right.
It really made me realize how many of the things Ellen says
That aren't truthful.
aren't technically true.
I know his entire is a big part of his personality is sarcasm.
Yeah, no, it really is more sarcastic than, like, a 15-year-old at a party they don't want to be at. Like,
Yep.
But in a way that doesn't really necessarily come across as being sarcastic as well.
Just
I'm telling you.
super. It's the dry sarcasm. That's
it's
you're telling jokes to yourself, basically. Other people aren't supposed to get them.
totally just taking the piss. That's
It's taking the piss, yeah.
All right. Well, thanks guys for another great night.
Learned more about Grott and how his family's house.
Oh, which reminds me, Jordan,
I
you
will do it.
friggin' send me some stuff.
Do it right now.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Right now.
I will recruit the next couple days. So
Okay. Do you have my email to send it to? I'll message it to you if you don't have it.
Yeah, do. And then, I didn't think of it.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll slap it in. It's actually, I'll just slap it in Discord real quick.
Okay, yeah, whatever works.
And then, Zach, let me know if you have any more questions regarding the info I sent you.
Okay.